Like an older female. Judging from the wrinkles on her face and her grayish hair. Alright, let's talk to her. Looking for some kind of evil, are you? You came to the right place. There are all kinds of mischief going on around here right now. Lizard folk, smugglers, mysterious sounds at night. I wouldn't be surprised if this codex page of yours is behind some of it all. If you're interested, I could point you to some of the more unusual goings on. Just make sure that you're fixing problems instead of causing them. People around here won't stand for an outlander, rabble-rouser, running through town and making a mess. Wow. Can you believe this? Unusual going-ons? What do you mean? Where do I even begin? Let's see. First, there's the smuggling operation. Not the unusual townsfolk streaking in the line, but a big operation out of town. What are they up to? No idea. I don't like not knowing what's going on in my town. Next, there's the lizard folk. Long as anyone can remember, they've lived on the other side of the marsh. But now, all of a sudden, they're moved practically right next to town. Why? No idea. Then there's the people in town talking about mysterious voices and ghosts. Inside the house, up on the hill. I can't get a second of rest with all the nonsense to take care of. And we don't even have enough hands on deck to handle it all ourselves. Tell me about Saltmarsh. It's damp, crawling with crocs, and located in the back end of nowhere. But it's my home. I'll do anything I can to protect the people living here. We're mostly fisher folk by trade, that and smugglers bringing in wine without paying the import tax, and we've made quite a name for ourselves over the years. Even though we're smaller than Burl or Seaton, people still come here from all over to trade. But it's a small town with big problems, and it's going to take some big deeds to fix them. I'll help you track down your problems. Maybe the codex page is behind some of them. The folks in town say the house up on the hill is full of ghosts. That's nothing new. They've been saying that since I was a lass. What's new is the ghosts have gotten perky lately, shining lights at night and moaning at all hours. That sounds pretty evil to me. Maybe this codex page of yours is behind it. Speak to Crag, our town's historian. He can tell you more about the house. I'll talk to Crag about the haunted house. Yeah, one thing I don't know is that they've said my codex pages. Where did I get codex pages from? I guess I came here with some codex pages. Let's go over and talk to Crag. Crag looks like he's a half-orc. And he definitely looks like he's some kind of carekeeper or miner or something. He's got a utility belt on, a shovel, and he is, looks like kind of an older half-orc. Probably been around a while, dressed nice. Let's talk to him. STN says to hydrate. Hydrate! We'll do all these voices.
An adventurer from out of town, are ye? We don't get a lot of ye folks in these parts. Well then, go ahead, make yourself home. Have a drink. Or try to get your hand at fishing. But I know you know what's good for you. Keep away from that there house up on the hill.
Tell me about the house up on the hill.
Someday, long ago, past that house, had a name of its own. Nowadays, the place is falling to pieces, and everyone just calls it the haunted house. Why? Weird noises, lights and shadows in the windows. I've even heard a sailor say his crewmate never came back once he went inside. But people don't stay very way. Some fool let loose that there's treasure of some sort inside. Puh. No amount of baubles or coin could convince me to go inside. I may stand watch o'er the graves in the graveyard, but I fear death all the same.
Can you tell me about the history of the house?
Ah, now you're one after me own heart. Not enough people in this town want to know about its history, interesting as it be. As was recorded in the Salt Marsh town logs, that their house belonged to a magic fella of some sort years ago. He used to brew medicines and potions and sell 'em to the town, and so I've heard. That's where the information stops. No one knows what happened to him. One day he was just gone. But I can say one thing. He's not buried anywhere in the town's graveyard. I know. I've looked.
I'm going to the haunted house. A few spooky noises won't scare me away. And that's where I'm going. The Haunting of Saltmarsh. So, it's pretty bizarre to me as I'm scratching my head pondering the information that I just got. Ida is talking about these ghosts at nighttime. Shining lights? Pretty bizarre. I didn't know ghosts can shine lights. Well, let's go find out about these ghosts. And maybe we can find some wine along the way. Maybe this is some wine up here. Looks like this is a map of Saltmarsh that they have on the wall. And it looks like X marks the spot. I see a little... Interesting. We have all kinds of food here in town. Fried fish, boiled fish, grilled fish. People talk about the smugglers, but most of us are just plain fisher folk. A half-orc? Yep. One came out of this thing a few days back. Didn't stay in town for long. The marsh is dangerous, to be sure, but smugglers will bring their cargo ashore there if they can avoid the import duty. The next set will start in a few minutes. Now, we don't know the one about the Bullywog's daughter. Travelers from Seaton told me that the Sahuagin have been spotted nearby. Lots of smugglers aren't above some old-fashioned banditry on the side. Of course, that house is haunted. Stands to reason. Those so-called royal guards, just dirt farmers sent here to pry into our business. The guards like to think they run things. The smugglers just ignore them. I heard that ruin outside of town used to belong to a wizard. Must have been a lot of money in the wizarding back in those days. The lizard folk have everyone in town on edge. The marsh is dangerous, especially at night, but lots of people make their living here anyway. We have all kinds of food here in town. Fried fish, boiled fish, grilled fish. That's what the other woman said. A ship from Seaton was supposed to arrive yesterday. I wonder what happened to it. This is interesting stuff. Alright, so I had actually talked to all the... see what the banter was from all the NPCs that were in here. Going out into Saltmarsh. Now, see, there was a splash screen too. I need to get back and touch record line. Because there's got to be more than one splash screen. Go back in. Took a screenshot of it. Hold on, let's just take a second. Sorry about this. I want to Alright, the DDO logo does not block that, so I can see this pretty well. I will crop and save. This is a Saltmarsh Flash 2. I will save that in pictures. There we go. Oh, there's a note on the door. I didn't even see this. What does this say?
I order the king. Any person guilty of smuggling enumerated goods from abroad without paying the proper taxes and duties are guilty of an offense against the crown. Such persons are liable to the full punishment of the law, including confiscation of property, imprisonment, or in certain cases, death.
Wow. They sound pretty hardcore about getting them taxes. All right. They say up on the hill. I will review the town out here by looking at it. I have seen it before, but I have never I have not talked about this like on my stream. I'm just going to stand back from it. You can see that it's a decent sized town. It's like a village, a little town. And there are many NPCs around. This is a first in DDO, is to have the trainers out in a Slayer zone, or out in the wilderness zone. There is nothing else that I recall that has ever had that. Not to mention, there was also, I think, a vendor out here somewhere. Well, there is. I just don't know where he's at right now. Maybe he's over here. There's a hireling vendor. Here is the quartermaster of Chits collector. That where you can turn in these little quartermaster chits and get items. I wonder if they have... No, they do not have... They have a scepter. They do not have scepters. But what in the world do they got on here then? Short swords, sickles, falchions, warhammers, great swords, quarterstaffs, darts, daggers, crossbows, short bows, hand wraps. Come on, man. You got everything for melee. Where is the caster love? Where is caster love? Club? Club ain't gonna do it. Scimitar. I like it. They got a scimitar on there. That's legendary stuff. You gotta be. I can't believe they don't have something on there for caster. Are you serious? No, come on. Am I just overlooking it? Maybe it was the quarter stat. No, why would that? Club. It's not the club. Great club. No, it don't. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any kind of caster item. This is all melee stuff. All right. Here's a vendor. Like I said, if you want to sell stuff, repair. And here is also another one. You want to buy some weapons. You want to buy some shields. Training. Let's not have my sound turned up. Oh, what is going on here? What's the music sound like? Is there any music? I'll actually turn on the Dungeon Master's voice. Haven't done that in a long time.
A decrepit house stands atop the cliffs. A stiff wind blows in off the waves, carrying the briny stink of churning salt water.
Alright, this is the haunted house. We'll go on in on Reaper. Actually, step out. I'm gonna do it on Reaper, at least Reaper 2. Maybe
A
in Reaper
decrepit
3.
house stands atop the cliffs. A stiff wind blows in off the waves, carrying the briny stink of churning salt water.
Turn this fan off over here. Now I should be able to hear the game a little bit better. I had that fan cranking on high. I'm trying out some socks. I hand washed some socks that I like to wear. All right. Let's see. Reaper. And anybody is absolutely welcome to join me to do Salt Marsh. It's just I'm gonna be doing it real slow because I'm gonna be narrating everything today, talking.
The front door opens into a musty, dirty entrance hall. You spot some faint footprints in the filth, leading down the corridor ahead.
Laurie? The Bullywog. The Muse. And the Malaran. Look in this. I thought I bought it. I did. Whole party of crazies. Here we go. Where's Locke? See if the picked. Yes. Good job, Mr. Froggy. Their tones. See what it says. The magical properties of gemstone. Right. An Advanced Botany Volume 1. A code of some sort is scrawled across this page. You can only make out the first 3 numbers.
You're able to make out half of a numerical password inside this book.
215. Isn't that interesting? Bookshelf that slides open that goes to nowhere. Oh, how wrong I was.
You notice a book on the shelf that's much less dusty than the ones around it. When you try to pull out the book, the shelf slides over, forming an entrance to the library.
Any more levers to click on? It's like, give me something else to click on. Alright. A weathered tone.
Judging by the cracked pots and planters, as well as the overgrown leaves, this room was a plant conservatory.
Guide to house plants and practical research application for common flora. So I mean, it looks like they were working on, whoever it may be, making botany, doing botany. Got lots of plants and stuff everywhere. They're growing them indoors. Resurrection Shrine. Rest Shrine. So everything on this part of the building has complete. Everything over on this section. I guess as I'm going along too, some cool things to point out about the game. If you notice, if you've been playing DDO for a while, one of the cool things that's a little different, they changed, if you look at the map, they made it to like classical pen and paper. When you have maps, everything is boxed off in little boxes, like your movement boxes. That is actually pretty cool. That is to have in there. I like that. I thought I heard a door open.
Corpses occupy the remaining seats around the broken table, surrounded by desiccated food. Flies dance above their heads.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy.
All right. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Now, I wonder if that's the, there was just a Mona Lisa cot that followed 3 hours ago. And now a Mona Lisa Lunar, which happened to be the same person. And then there was a Mona Lisa meow that described yesterday. Alright, so it looks like, and welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. A suit of armor. Ooh. I destroyed it. It looks like these people ate some bad food and they're dead. Oh, uh-oh. Got some ghosts that appeared. That's probably them. He don't look like he's dead, and he's like sick, but he's dead. Maybe he is. How he froze. Adventures pack. Armor.
The kitchen is dirty and damp. The stairs up are missing a few treads and smell of decay. The door on the eastern wall is locked with a heavy iron padlock.
So there are stairs going up. Locked. Like Mr. Gollywog. Where's he at? Oh, there he is. No, must not be picked. This way. Ah. Got it. He got it.
The only thing of any note in this room is a clump of tiny mushrooms
Hey,
that protrude from the floor and form a noxious circle. You find a small lever in the fireplace. When you pull it, the runes on the floor light up.
Ooh.
The crystal on the wall flares a bloody red and sounds a faint chime. You can hear the same noise coming from upstairs through the holes in the ceiling.
So it looks like they have lots of flora growing over here too. So what we have discovered so far is a lot of flora. Is it back down there? It was over there. Here. I really wish they would have done the but like unique art in here. It's always the same artwork in every one. Now, here's this note that look behind you. Look behind you. Now, see, when we did that in Voodoo Script the other night, this stuff didn't come to life. Yes. Isn't it? Oh. Ooh, spooky. Those could be the ghosts that they were talking about they seen. Maybe that's why they said they seen flashlights and stuff. because the ghosts had lights.
This once lavish room is cold and barren. The taxidermied animals that line the walls pierce you with their cold, empty gazes.
Right here. You see a faint glimmer from within the owlbear's mouth. Reach inside.
Inside the stuffed owlbear's beak, you find a lever. As you pull it, you hear stones shifting overhead.
Magical properties of herbs and flowers. Here. I can go right up through the ceiling. Woo. Here's a key.
You find the silver key inside the crate. You can hear a faint aria emanating from behind this door, on which dangles a heavy silver padlock. In the center of this room lies a single torn mattress. A fiddle moves seemingly on its own, playing a lilting tune.
Well, that's something you don't see every day. I wrote you a song. I'll keep practicing so I can play it for you. Oh, how nice. Oh, good. Hey, I was just in here.
You find a gold key beneath the rug in front of this window.
That interesting.
What was once a fine master bedroom now stands dirty and decayed. A small wooden trunk stands at the foot of the bed, its lid closed.
Ooh. Hanging. Got hung. Oh no.
This was once a fine guest bedroom, but rodents and other vermin have infested its corners and burrowed into the grand furniture.
The last two numbers is 73. 21573.
You can discern half of a numerical password inside this book. Now that you have found both halves, you should be able to put the password to good use.
21573. It clicks open. Inside you find nothing but dust and a
You
human
unlock the
skull.
trunk, but find nothing of value. Then you hear a harsh wail, and a group of vermin attacks.
Oh, so much for rumored treasure. It does give you experience. That was Back downstairs, it looks like. Got everything upstairs.
As you ascend the stairs, you hear an angry voice. A festering infestation has twisted this bedroom into a spider's den. From the doorway, you can see a glint of metal in the fireplace. The slime dissipates into a toxic bubble on the ruined floor. With the iron key, you should be able to unlock the door in the kitchen.
Harry went down.
The only sign of human life in this chamber is the flickering, shiny lantern set on the windowsill. The door to this room is secured with a dingy gold padlock. In the far corner of this room lies a man, quite alive. He calls out to you in distress, though his words are muffled behind the cloth shoved into his mouth.
Ned. Pull the rag out of the prisoner's mouth.
You remove the gag, and he sputters out a ragged breath. You notice a sizable lump on the back of his head. Thank the gods you came along when you did. Name's Ned Snakeshaft. You have no idea how happy I am to see another living soul in this awful place. Quick, untie me so we can get out of this creepy place.
Please, I'm unarmed. All I want to do is get out of here fast as I can. I heard about those rumors, but I came anyway. I only got 2 feet inside before I got jumped. What a dumb rube I was. Who jumped you? It was dark, so I couldn't see them. They knocked me out and dragged me here. And then they bound me with this rope and shoved that cloth in my mouth. I don't remember anything else. Why did they do this to you, whoever they are? I guess they didn't like me poking around in here. All I wanted to do was scrounge up some baubles to sell at the market. I've got a family, you see, my wife and my boy, waiting for me to put some food on the table. Listen to me. You gotta get out of here. Whatever gems you find ain't worth it. I would be dead already if you hadn't come along. I'd have never got to hug my little girl again. That's rough, buddy. Come on now. Untie me. You said you were unarmed, right? Then what's up with that big dagger? Oh, look at that. Must have forgot I had that. It's for safety, see? So I can slice anyone who comes near me. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you believe me. Then why wouldn't you use that when you got jumped?
Because, forget it. Looks like you found me out. What a shame. If you just left, you'd have been safe. Good thing these ropes are just for show. You couldn't just take our warnings and go on your merry way back to wherever you're from, could you? No matter. I'll just have to stop you here then.
Ned, I'm gonna have to stop you.
Moves. I'll give you that. But there's a reason why they called me the Scourge of Satan. Whew. Where did you say you were from again? You're not just any rube. Those idiots set me up. The assassin falls to his knees. It's your lucky day. You get to watch Ned Snakeshaft, the best assassin in these parts, die. Hope you enjoy the view. With one last gasp, the assassin crumples into a silent heap on the musty wood flooring.
Ned is dead. All right, everybody. Ned is dead. Who was Ned? That's all that can be said about Ned. Hurry up.
The door swings open, revealing a room significantly more damp and decayed than the others in the house. The smell of spoiled wine clogs your nose with its acrid odor.
Ew.
You nearly trip on a bloody, dismembered body in the center of this chamber.
There's a lever back here.
Beyond this door lies a room so unlike anything else you have seen in the house that you pause for a moment, taken aback.
A lot of spiders in this house.
This room is furnished with plain but sturdy furniture. Sheets on the bed appear freshly cleaned.
Saucy Solog, an illustrated volume of poetry. A salt marsh coast, a naval almanac. Respectable mouth that you can talk to. Put her back here.
The figure occupying the chair against the far wall stands and turns its dusty, skeletal body toward you. Get out! It rasps in fury. The skeleton's form collapses. A mass of bones clatter to the floor, then vanish in a cloud of smoke.
Ye secret of ye philosopher's stone. Obtain an amp. Well, was that kind of a little reference to Harry Potter there? He was a wizard sitting in the chair, and the tome says the secret of the philosopher's stone. Imagine that. Is it? That movie actually had two names. It was the Philosopher's Stone and the Sorcerer's Stone. It depends. It had a different name in England than it does in America. All right. Here. Here and let's see. I would still like to find out how to get to chest right there. Cargo. Doesn't even sense any. A full metal alchemist, that's true.
Lanterns and supportive structures line this musty underground passage, suggesting the presence of human activity below.
Yeah. Oh no! Have no fear, guys. You can resurrect right there. Good. Did I get ransack yet? Breakable. I got vandal. Close. I broke everything on the way down.
You emerge into a dingy, wet cavern with boxes and containers lining its walls. More smugglers stack their goods alongside the other merchandise. A robed figure turns toward you and shudders with surprise. I knew that rogue was useless.
Now I got it.
He says. Why our contact in town sent him to distract you is beyond me. The apparent leader of the smugglers glares at you. We can't let you leave alive, now that you've discovered our operation. You should have heeded our warnings and left this house while you had the chance. The wizard vanishes, yet copies of himself shimmer into view in his place. You'll be dead long before you can see through my illusions, he says. Your attack strikes fresh, and the wizard doubles over in pain. How can this be? He asks in a pained voice. Before he can run away, you strike him one last time. The remaining smugglers scramble out of the cavern, presumably headed to the ship where the rest of their operation waits. The gang will get their due in good time. For now, you content yourself with plundering the smugglers' wares. That should make up for the treasure you have been promised.
I don't see any booty. Roll. Quartermaster's shit. Man. Oh, a sapphire of good luck. +1. I didn't get a chance to notes it. Then Belair, be ready with the cargo. The ship will be arriving at the usual place shortly. Close when. Yeah, get a little stone of good luck. Isn't that nice? I like having good luck. Good luck. And we'll find you. We'll kill you.
A decrepit house
Good
stands
luck.
atop the cliffs. A stiff wind blows in off the waves, carrying the briny stink of churning salt water.
See the area a lot better. And lighthouse out in the distance. here we go back to narration. Come back to Crag. Now, if you remember, keeping up with the story, started with Ida talking about the Haunted Hill and that, you know, there were ghosts with lights and stuff like that, which to me seemed kind of odd, and Crag was kind of like the same thing. Said a lot of bad stuff. Seems like it goes up there. Somebody went up, didn't return. Well, that was Ned. I believe that was probably Ned. Ned went up. He didn't come back. He definitely didn't come back. I took care of him. All right, here we go. Talking to Crag again. You're back, and it were smugglers, not ghosts? And, I thought I'd seen it all. Ye have cleared out those smugglers this time, but if ye didn't find their ship, it's not over yet. I won't tell anyone about the goods ye took. You deserve it after what you saw in there. A token from me as well, brave outlander. Anything. Let's see. Give me anything cool? Alright. Back over to Ida. Tell her. Smugglers, eh? Well, it wouldn't been so good to be true if you found that codex page in the first place you looked. Well, what should I look into next? The smugglers in that haunted house weren't the usual locals importing booze when the king's guard isn't looking. There are a bigger gang from out of town. I'm certain they're planning something big as well. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Talk to Anders Salmore. He's itching to get at the smuggler ship. I will speak with Anders about the smugglers. Okay, I'll go over here and talk to Anders. Anders is a town counselor as well. He is a historian, counselor, she's a counselor, she's a leader. Anders, let's take a look. We finally have a chance to move against one of the biggest smuggling rings out there. With your help, we can take down both the smugglers and their ship. Will you help me, Simi-Siu? If I'm right, the stakes are high indeed. Why do you need me? Why not just send in the King's Guard? That would be, difficult. Smuggling is a way of life around here. People see nothing wrong with flouting the law, even when it might put our town in danger. If the Guard were to take on these smugglers, it just make people angry. They'd see it as royal oppression. But if you, an outsider, and a free agent were to intercept smugglers, well, everyone around here knows smuggling is a risky business. If smuggling doesn't bother the rest of the locals, why does it bother you? Partly, it's because my family have always been law-abiding fisherfolk. For generations, we've worked to make this town a center for honest industry instead of den of lawbreakers. But there's a more pressing reason. I believe these particular smugglers may be working against the town itself. There have been whispers that the smuggler crew have made a big deal with some kind of hostile outside force. We need to find out what the deal was about and whether it menaces Saltmarsh. Go ahead and tell me the details. Thanks to information we received, we know when the next smuggler ship will be making its rendezvous offshore. Go to Deputy Mazgil on the Saltmarsh beach nearby. She'll tell you how to deal with the smugglers. I'll speak with Deputy about the smugglers. And back out to Salt Marsh we go to find the down here on the beach. 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 Woohoo! Woohoo! Shit. Clearing out some fog real quick. Sure, there's a lot of smuggling, wine and spirits mostly. There are just a few of us royal guards and so many smugglers. So many. Anders Small Solmore sent word that you'd be coming by, see you. If you're ready to take on some smugglers, I'll bring you to the guardhouse tonight when the ship arrives. Another one of the deputies will take it from there. What happens next? We figured out the signals the smugglers in town were using to communicate with their ship offshore. We're going to use those signals against them, and you're going to help us. Another one of the deputies over at the guardhouse will assist you in figuring out how to take out the smugglers. Let's find out who these smugglers are up to in the quest. Here we go. On the trail of the smugglers. There's definitely something going on.
The deputies sent by the city guard await you at the docks.
We spotted the ship, sir. The smugglers expect to see the lantern signals from the shore. What should we signal them? At ease, deputy. I need some time to make this decision. I'll be back. Hold on, let's go over the mission details first. So our mission, as I understand it, is to capture or sink the smuggling ship. That's me, you, and my partner, Jake. I'll be here on the shore signaling the smugglers using that special code you found at their hideout, so they linger long enough for you to board them, because they might be inclined to think your dinghy belongs to their smuggling partners. You might have other objectives too, but that's above my pay grade. And before you ask, neither Jake or I have ever been undercover before, so if you expect either of us to look or talk like a smuggler, it ain't gonna go well. So I don't know what your plan is, but if you ask me, full frontal nudity, full frontal assault. I couldn't pass that up. The movie, with Ryan Reynolds. All right, sorry. What was that movie? Time Out. The movie with Ryan Reynolds where they worked at a restaurant and they were hiring, and he asked that person, he was like, "Are you afraid of full frontal male nudity?" or something like that. It was so stupid. Anyways, so I don't know what your plan is, but if you ask me, full frontal assault on that boat is an awful idea. Takes more than 3 people to sink a ship that big. Waiting. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. In the wrong signal. I want them hold and go. Well, this is actually pretty neat. You have several options of how you can go about this, it looks like. Just like Storm the Beaches, where you have 3 options to approach the hold on that. Forget the signals, get in the boat. We need all the help we can get. That's to bring them along with me, I guess. Wonder if you just say acknowledged. Nothing. Alright. Send the signals they expect. We're going undercover. I'm kind of like a smash and bash, so send them the wrong signal. I want them confused and alert. if we're lucky, more of them will be on the main deck, leaving the hold unguarded. I don't know. Send them the wrong
You tell the
signal.
deputy to send erratic signals. You expect it will put the crew on high alert. Perhaps fewer of them will remain below decks.
HCP, hello. Well, thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm doing great. I am narrating and role playing Salt Marsh today. I'm doing the voices and exploring every little nook and cranny, and we'll give my full review of I think about everything.
The deputy stops rowing to ask you. Port or starboard, Captain?
I have done this with Voodoo. We did it on R10 with our level 30s a couple nights ago. Well, Wednesday night when it first came out, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. But I will give my final review, after I do it here on Heroic. Town Guard Deputy. All right. So how do you want to approach the ship? Port or starboard? Wait, what? Speak plainly. Port is the left side of the ship. Starboard is the right side. We're on the port of the ship over there. See? So this is like double options. So you had 3 options back at the beginning of the quest, how you wanted them to be aware or not aware of us coming. And now you have 2 options to go to the port side where they can see you plain as day, or go around to the starboard side where you could get aboard unnoticed. Well, I told him to send erratic signals to just say, "Hey, we're coming," whether if you like it or not. So we want to see. We're going crazy. Steer at port. I want them to see us coming. Aye, aye. Port it is. Yoo-hoo! Charlie! Alright, I see... Oh, Blade Bjorn. Bjorn. Like Bjork, the singer. Heroic is fairly easy. Epic, however, is very different. Solar Reaper. Too many red names. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Not seeing the familiar faces of their accomplices, the surprised crew demands to know who you are.
It's me, see me, see you. Just a random folk lost in Salt Marsh. How are y'all doing today?
The first mate shouts to the rest of the crew to repel the intruders. It's going to be a long night. More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the intruders.
Don't be angry, bro. Don't be angry. Settle down with that meat cleave.
The first
Good
mate
God.
is dead. The first of many.
Did you see the size? Did you see the size of his sword? He could have like cut all 4 of us in half.
More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the intruders.
Bring it, baby, bring it. Oh, is that right? It was also in Skyrim.
The deck wizard splits into several copies of himself. None of them look happy to see it.
Oh, Mr. Wizard's World.
More smugglers appear on this deck to repel the intruders.
Bring it, baby, bring it. We'll dance all night.
The deck wizard collapses, no longer a threat.
Heck on. You have more fiber, you wouldn't have those problems. Jeez. We got any more heroes, as Steven Seagal would say. Alright. On. Win. El Capitán.
The captain falls at your feet. Long live the new captain.
That's right. You know, if I'm the new captain and everybody else on the ship should no longer be hostile, right? You would think that, because I'm the new captain. Some of the documents on this desk catch your eye. What's this?
Among multiple love letters from various paramours in different ports, you find a work contract for hardware deliveries, signed by a barely literate envoy.
Yeah, I gotta get better lighting for in here. I got a weird light there. Even though I have a window right there, light doesn't come in good enough. Maybe it's too bright over in that corner. That's why it has me like in a shadow sometimes. Alright. Anything crazy happen if I sleep on the bed? Get on the bed. Can't even get on the bed. Make it so you can get on the bed. Alright. There is a Punkata's cabin. Free collectibles. Heck yeah. Hammock to sleep on if you want to. That goes to forecastle, and that goes down cargo hold. Castle. Here. Jump off the ship? Yeah, yeah you can. This is my Hireling's like, CBC, what are you doing? Stop playing around and get up here. Sorry, I thought I saw a siren in the water. Alright, here we go. Uh-oh. Now we're running into some lizard folk.
The injured pseudo-dragon flees away from the fight.
Document. This agreement to deliver hardware is signed by Sigurd Snake Eyes and an envoy who put the big X for the signature. Curious how they didn't mention exactly what they were smuggling. So, it says that the lizard folk signature on stock is confirms that the cargo isn't for humans. I could have guessed that, considering that there was lizard folk right there. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Collectible. Vial of contagion. Contagion. There was a movie with Matt Damon called Contagion. I think that's what it was called. What's so ironic about it, it's kind of like almost basically like a movie like what we just went through. Mmm, tasty ham with COVID. Tasty ham. Nom 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 nom. I really haven't eaten it. I am going to eat. Where's that ham? Mmm, that ham was good. Guys, you see any more ham? Here. Crest over here. I think when we played with Voodoo, they were, you know, the crests were more spread out everywhere. They can be in random locations, just like
You hear the rush
just
of
like
footsteps
quest,
of more crew descending
where
into
you
the
gotta blow
hold.
up the ships. Ooh, switch over to that. Yeah. Ha ha ha.
With the last of the ship's officers slain, the rest of the smugglers would be wise to surrender. The
They would be
ship
wise.
is yours.
And that the last one's probably down low. No other breakables up top here. I don't. Floating barrel right on Froggo. Sorry, Froggo. There it is, right there. All it does is just loop around. Down to the rats. We'll go down to the into the bilge. I don't need to. I think I got all 4 anyway.
You see a family of ugly-looking rats in the piles of refuse. Neither of you were willing to share the boat.
Let the shrine to appear.
There are no rats left in the bilge, though you can't be sure about the rest of the ship.
But you collected the press. Here.
This is a lot of weapons. This isn't about ordinary smuggler tax evasion anymore, is it? Someone is preparing for war, and Saltmarsh does not see it coming. You must warn the town.
Right. I guess. So we have a bunch of weapons and armor and all kinds of stuff laying around. It said it wasn't for humans, but you know. This That's one group of smugglers taken care of, but it sounds like we're going to have bigger things to worry about now. Makes it almost seem like you can talk to her, but you can't talk. Back to talk to Anders. So, there's some. It's actually from Heat, Al Pacino. Anyways, so those smugglers were bringing in weapons to sell to the lizard folk. The same lizard folk who are moving closer and closer. This is dire indeed. Are the lizard folk preparing to attack our village? We'll have to convene the town council immediately. Thank you for uncovering the See Me See You. No problem. Sorry I didn't bring better news. Talk to Ethan. Hold on. Those smugglers are selling weapons to the lizard folk? That's serious, See Me See You. Very serious. What do the lizard folk need that amount of weapons for if not to attack our town? We need to prepare to defend ourselves. What should I look into next? Talk to Eleander Fireborn right away. He's the captain of the guard. He'll know how you can best help us with the lizard folk during this emergency. I'll ask Eleander about Fireborn. He definitely looks like he is the captain of the guard. He's got his sword, armor on. Definitely seasoned. The armor looks pretty messy, like it's been through hell, but anyway. This town has always lived in peace with the Dunwater tribe of lizard folk. Now it looks like that peace is about to end. First, the lizard folk move closer to town. Now we learn they're buying a massive amount of weapons. We're going to drift into a war if no one does anything about it. Well, I say we should at least try to stop this war before it starts. Are you with me? See me, see you! You're the captain of the guard. Shouldn't you be preparing for war instead of trying to avoid it? Best way to protect the town is stop a war before it starts. That's the way I see it. I need the help of someone like you, though. Captain of the guard can't just wander over to the lizard folk and start chatting with them. Everyone in town would panic, but you can. What makes you think talking to the lizard folk will help? Most people think the lizard folk are just mindless brutes. They're not. In fact, they're far more level-headed than most humans I know. They wouldn't attack us out of anger or spite. They don't even know what those things are. Lizard folk never do things without a reason. So I reckon we should find out what their reasons are. Maybe we can come to some sort of agreement and keep on living together in peace. Or maybe they just decided we'd all make tasty dinners. Either way, can't hurt to find out. What do you want me to do? Go to the lizard folk lair in the salt marsh. Find out who is in charge of the Dunwater lizard folk and see whether you can make a deal with them. It is important we know what's going on before we declare war against an army of foes that are pure muscle and have mouths full of pointy teeth. I'll go to the lizard folk lair and see if I can negotiate with them. All right, before I go out and do this next part, I'm just going to take a small break. I'll be right back. All right. And if you're just tuning in, I have spent for like the last hour or so. I started the Assault Marsh uh, quest chain. I'm narrating the voices and going through the quests thoroughly to look at everything and interact with anything. Um, and then I would definitely give a good, proper review. Even though I have seen everything before, I've played it on with Voodoo. We did it on Reaper 10 um, with our level 30s healer with Grogarian. Any my Grogarian characters are on the other account. Um, and we had a good time doing it. But I will go into more detail about my reviews, what I think about the game, and that kind of stuff at the completion of this saga. I want to paint that too. Definitely, definitely. If anybody's seen any more splash screens, let me know. We have the one that is just seen when you come out. Uh, from I'll show you again. We have this one when you first come out into Salt Marsh. It's just it's the marsh that you can see when you come out. So there's a lot of stuff there. Cordovan was kind enough to send me uh, the other splash screen, the one that he had, that one right there. This is without the logo and stuff on it, so I'm able to see everything better in it. If I get around, I want to paint this, hopefully someday. Like I still haven't done Menace of the Underdark one yet either. Got to get on it. Got the canvas back there ready and prepped, but just haven't done it yet. Got to. All right. And of course, I wouldn't paint the people in. That's beyond my painting skill, but anyway, here we go. Where did you say? Oh, way out here. Awesome. Basically, yes. The path here, it's lit up, has path you go down, maybe it leads right to that place. Seems like it's going down south too. Yep, south.
Hastily erected fortifications surround a low entrance into the hillside. This is the lizard folk's new lair.
A new layer? New? Ooh, oh man. This is the long one. So, this is a quest that I will make commentary about this one right now. Danger at Dunwater, I personally feel, should have been a quest that was broken into 2 pieces. Maybe even 3 pieces. Because like Feywild Immortality Lessons, I was talking about this last night. When that Feywild first come out and Immortality Lessons, you know, a lot of us were in there for over an hour in that place, picking the wrong thing on the table and it porting you over to the prison side. And then you're wandering around over there and you really, I mean, you didn't know what you were doing, but, and then now you know what you do. If you know what you're doing, you can run through the quest in under 15 minutes easily. But, this quest is a little different from that. Even if you become very familiar with this quest, it still requires a lot of interaction with a lot of different things. This is probably the most involved quest I have ever done, where it requires you going in to talk to somebody and then to go do something, then to come over here, but you can't get through here because you got to go do this over here, and then come back over here, and come back over here, and do this over here, go talk to this person, go through there, talk to that person, come back to this person. That's what I'm so... It's not that you're getting lost or anything what to do, because you have the map. It's already on here for you to see. Thank God. I mean, if it was a fog of war on this thing, it'd really be bad. So it's just so involved. I like I said, I would have liked to have seen them break this into a couple quests, at least 2, the minimum of 2. 3 would have been nice, but 2, you know, I could deal with 2. And right, and not worth the and that would be the other thing too. So, you know, if you're a maker of a game and you know you want people to run through your quests because you take pride in that. This is like, hey, this is my, enjoy this. I made this for you all. But people aren't really going to do some. I mean, there are people will, because some people like long quests. They like the long dungeon crawl. But in today's world, the majority of the people like to speed through stuff. Hurry up and max level, hurry up and get everything, and then be bored and complain about the game for the next 6-7 months. So until the next thing comes out, that's just how it works. So, but seriously, the running a pot in this place is not good at all. I have a 50 pot running right now. I got an hour and 17 minutes left, now 16 minutes. That pot will be gone by the time I get done with this quest. Unless I try to run through this quest and just not do any look at all the little details and stop to read stuff. So I can pretty much wave goodbye to the rest of that pot. And I'm not going to drink another. I'm not going to drink another pot when I get when it runs out. I have a 30 in the bag, but I'm not going to drink it. Don't need to. As I said before, there are 35 level 5. There were 35 level 3 quests, and I don't need an experience pot for all of that. That is an insane amount of level 3 quests. 35 of them.
A lizard folk calls to you from up ahead.
Parley with me, stranger. Our queen will wish to meet you.
Parley it is. All right. Well met, outsider. The queen of my tribe wishes to parley with you, but she cannot leave her throne room due to the rebellion.
Why can't she come meet me herself? Why would I ask that? He just told me. He just told me why she can't. No, my guy's gonna play dumb. Why can't she come here herself?
You come at a difficult time, soft skin. Our tribe is in the midst of a revolt. Rebels have taken up arms against our queen. The queen herself remains confined in her throne room to avoid unnecessary conflict. Please go speak with her. She seeks help against a greater threat that menaces us all.
Will I be attacked by these rebels?
Likely. I do not see the rebels just allowing an outsider to walk in here to speak with the queen. Do what you must. But find the queen.
Very well. Open the gate, and I'll go fight my way to the queen's throne room.
I am unable to open this gate. It is protected by magical runes placed by the High Shaman himself. The guards are sure to take notice of us talking very soon. I hear one of them approaching from the other door. Be ready.
The Lizardfolk Queen wishes to speak with you in her throne room. Yet to get there, you'll need to make your way past insurgent lizardfolk that have turned against their queen.
Oh my god, they're killing everybody! Feywild Muse, go Hill Froggo! Hill Froggo! Right. Oh! Hello! It's just me. See me, see you. Don't mind me spraying sonic power in your face. Oh yeah, there's so many quests. Nobody has to worry about. It's just the best thing to do is just normally finding your XP per minute ratio thing, on which quest it is. Yeah, definitely 3 Barrel Cove. Oh, 3 Barrel Cove's great experience. Armory. Like all together. Yeah. Gosh. Kitchen and storage.
The Lizardfolk Queen greets you.
I must speak with you, outsider. We both face a threat that could destroy us all.
Well met, outsider. I apologize for the rough reception you have received from some of the rebels. Ignorant as hatchlings, every one of them.
Those that attacked me have paid with their lives. Now, can you tell me why you have invaded this territory? The town of Saltmarsh feels threatened by your encroachment.
The loss of life is regrettable, but what is done. Rebels deserve their fate. As for the soft-skinned village, it was never my intention to give them any trouble. Our tribe was forced closer to town after the Sahuagin invaded and seized our home. Now things have grown even more complicated. Just as I was working on a plan to retaliate against the Sahuagin, my own High Shaman has fomented a rebellion against me. He made me a prisoner in my own throne room. We are at a stalemate. None of the rebels are willing to try to strike me down, and I would prefer not to incur the onus of killing my own tribe folk. So here I remain, my tribe, in chaos, and about to fall to the Sahuagin. But do not pity me, outsider. Instead, learn a lesson. For the Sahuagin will be coming for your own kind soon enough. Soon, your precious village will be in ruins as well.
How about I help you get rid of your rebel problem? In return, you leave Saltmarsh alone, and together deal with the Sahuagin.
Ah, yes. As much as I loathe to do it, having an outsider deal with the rebels may be for the best. You could put an end to this rebellion by defeating High Shaman Kethin. He and his faction have tricked many of the younger warriors into believing he would not survive the conflict with the Sahuagin, even with an alliance. But I get ahead of myself. First, Kethin must die. Travel through the passageway behind me to get to the Western Caverns. You'll likely find Kethin inside the temple. Kill him, then return to me.
I'll defeat the High Shaman and end the rebellion. Then we'll talk about taking on the Sahuagin.
The lizard folk queen swears that she means no harm to the nearby village, but she faces a growing rebellion within her tribe. You've agreed to help her defeat High Shaman Kethin, the leader of the rebels.
Yes.
I shall be waiting for you to return successfully.
Isn't she? I love Kate. Welcome, bud. Doing a little full Saltmarsh today. Reviewing, narrating. I forgot to play it and see it as a level 30 healer, but now I'm doing it with a little level 5 guy.
What was that? What was that noise?
It's me. TBCU. Grago.
These officers must be fomenting rebellion. Defeating as many of them as you can will please the lizard folk queen.
Oh. Oh. Hello. Ooh. Wow. I don't know what they hit me with, but that was pretty strong. Dang on. They got me good. What the heck did they hit me with? Alright. Want to have to gibber. Alright, we'll just rest here a moment.
Go through this doorway behind me to find the High Shaman.
Well, how are you doing this weekend, I Love Goat? Living the dream, aren't we all?
It is only a short swim ahead.
Let's go.
Go through this doorway behind me to find the High Shaman.
I gotta think. I don't even really have any way to heal myself. Other than that, I didn't have any lesser pots or anything.
It is only a short swim ahead.
Oh, loading. Pack full. I want to. What is he doing? What is this? My Froggo sliding across the floor. Froggo, what are you doing? Look at this. Watch him probably slink around the corner. He will slink around the corner. That is too funny, man. Look at this Froggo. He's not even a ghost. That's what's funny. What is he? Oh my god. Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, you got me again. Alright. Everybody get up. Enough of this goofing around. I've had enough of it. They're pretty nasty. I mean, I am doing on Reapers. Shouldn't make that much. Need to get to the temple.
High Shaman Kethan is beyond the gateway, chanting some sort of incantation. But the door into the temple is sealed with a pair of crests.
I I ended up not doing any more in that calc class. I got I had to focus my attention on my other classes so I could pass them. I'm gonna have to take calc again in my last semester, which is in about 3 weeks. I think it's gonna come down to me having to do it like online at some accredited college where it's like easy to pass or something. Because I don't really see myself passing it. Nah, like so the one that I took through summer school, I didn't finish it. I didn't take any more of the tests or quizzes or anything. I downloaded all of them. I have them, but they're not complete or anything. Oh, there's a shrine back out. Yeah, school don't get back in until end of the 3rd week of this month, I think, something like that. Alright. Oops. Didn't. What do you do?
Hidden on the underside of this table is some sort of sticky goop. But stuck to the goop is a golden key.
Imagine that.
Buried deep in the bowl of fruit on the table is an iron key.
Crap. I know, right? Froggo is like my main one. I like him. Buddy. Traps in here. Let's go, Z. Okay. Over here, buddy. Froggo, it's right here. Froggo. He's like, no flies, no work. I know, right? I love and it's funny because you know you have their AI. You can customize it and it don't do anything. Right here, wait for traps, as if they I think that means they go swim in lava, they gargle with acid, and you know they play with tripwires on the blades with their teeth. Yeah, they're something. They're special. Right. What they're doing. You know, or if they were going to have a quest this long, if they didn't break it down to multiple, let this be the first quest of the series. That way you could go through the entire thing without having taken a pot yet, and then at the end drink the pot, and then you have it for the rest of the quests. Ooh, damage, damage, damage. Got what they deserve, the queen. Got my two. Press.
Dozens of lizardfolk eggs rest beyond this gate, safely locked away from harm.
Alright, back. Ooh. Oh, he knocked me down. Yeah.
High Shaman Kethin and the other rebel leaders have met their end. Now to tell the lizardfolk queen.
Cool that they have a little order like that back here. Wait a minute, I didn't. All right.
Have you dealt with the High Shaman?
Yes, the High Shaman is dead, as are many of his closest allies.
Though I take no pleasure in this news, it does mean my tribe will survive undivided. That brings me hope. Thank you, Soft Skin. I owe you an explanation of our situation now, at the very least.
Yes, please tell me more about what's going on here.
Since before I was a hatchling, our tribe lived in mighty fortress to the west of here, but then in recent days the Sahuagin came, bent on conquest, swimming up from the depths of the ocean. We tried our best to resist, but their forces were stronger and their magic was greater. We had to flee our home. Fortunately for us, we had somewhere to retreat to, this place, an old, abandoned outpost of our people. Our retreat was humiliating. What kind, does that make sense? Our retreat, we humiliating. Whatever. Our retreat, we humiliating, but I immediately began to organize a response to the invasion. After contacting several other tribes affected by this Sahuagin, ambassadors arrived here to discuss our alliance. But the rebellion prevented me from speaking with them.
That is certainly news. Please continue.
Since you seem more capable, I would like to make a proposal to you, and it is this. You and the town of Salt Marsh join with my tribe in alliance against the Sahuagin invaders. We may have other allies as well. Just before the High Shaman rebelled, I invited 3 ambassadors from other tribes here to negotiate. Perhaps together we could convince them that if we all join together, we will be strong enough to fight the Sahuagin.
Defeating the Sahuagin invasion is the best way to make sure Salt Marsh is left alone, so count me in.
Splendid. Perhaps it is the best if you are one of those to negotiate with these 3 ambassadors. They are somewhat leery of lizard folk due to our culinary habits. You find the ambassadors in the southern ocean cave inside the eastern caverns. While in the eastern caverns, I also ask that you search for my second-in-command, Sub-Chief Irtros. I have not heard from him since the rebellion began. I fear the worst. Take care, for the rebels still hold much of the eastern caverns.
As far as I can tell, all the passageways out of here are sealed.
I've sent some of my most trusted followers to clear the doorways for you. Any doorway that was sealed by the High Shaman rebels is now open for you.
Head to the Eastern Caverns, speak with 3 ambassadors, find Sub-Chief Iltros. Got it.
A grateful Queen Othokent says that the lizard folk are willing to ally with Saltmarsh. But first, she asks 2 favors of you. Speak with the 3 ambassadors from other tribes, and rescue the captured Sub-Chief, Irtos.
I can't dismiss Alari. Daggone it. I have to go get. Alright, so now I need to go
To the northeast, near the cave entrance, is a doorway that leads to the sub-chief's quarters.
Yeah, they were humiliated. They ran away. Run away! Alright, guys. Good heal. Barracks. Oh, here we go.
The sub-chief tells you that one of the rebel officers has taken the crest needed to free him to a nearby barracks.
Alright, heal that. Crest for these. buddy. Shamans are pretty nasty. Get her out of the party. Loud music, might as well. Rolled. I mean, rolled us. Alright. Eric. Wow, there's stuff coming from everywhere. Wow.
Ambassadors from 3 different tribes await within this cavern: the Bullywugs, the Troglodytes, and the Sea Elves.
You here to speak?
No.
Ribbit. You here to speak that fight, huh? We bullywugs see many strange things lately. You're speaking now with Bullywug Tribe Diplomat. What do you want?
I'm a representative of the newest Alliance member, the town of Saltmarsh. I want to negotiate for your tribe's support on behalf of the Alliance.
It's an expected yes, but before you tell me, why should I send our warriors to die? I explain. Compared to Sahawakan, our tribe not so big, not so strong. Then how we survive? We must be cunning. We must jump out of the way of danger. Sending our warriors against the Sahawakan might destroy our tribe, even if your alliance succeeds. I have spoken. Now, what do you have to say?
Which do I have? No. It really won't matter. Diplomacy. Not going to be good. Listen. Haggle, same thing. Haggle's a 20, so it really don't matter. Both of them are the same. Uh, with all of us together, the Sahuagin will stand no chance. That's successful. All right.
Maybe you're right. Maybe we're strong together. Stronger than Sahuagin. I will talk to our chieftain. He will help the Alliance.
The Alliance is greater for having your tribe with it.
You've concluded negotiations with the Bullywug tribe.
Here. Yeah, here. Uh-oh. One who talks first. Drug-light ambassador.
Greetings, elf. I am called one that talks first. I am the ambassador of the Troglodyte tribe. I trust you bring better news. My hopes for the Alliance have dwindled since arriving here. I see the sorry state of the lizard folk tribe.
That was the other was the frog. This is the lizard. I'm here as the representative of the newest Alliance member of the town of Saltmarsh. What can I do to convince you to join us?
The first evening after my arrival, a soft-skinned thief took advantage of the chaos in the lizard folk tribe. He sneaked in and stole a carved bone necklace from me. If you were able to find the thief and retrieve my necklace, I would think about joining this alliance. My guards took some time to investigate the theft. You can speak with them for more information.
I will do this for you as a sign of good faith that you'll join the Alliance.
The ambassador of the Troglodyte tribe has asked you to find his stolen necklace and deal with the thief responsible.
Alright. Maybe it's in the water. There is fungus now. Oh, Titus. Yes.
What's this? An elf? Not someone I was expecting to see here. It's been nothing but chaos ever since we arrived. Perhaps you can explain what's going on. What do you want?
I come on behalf of an alliance between the town of Saltmarsh and the Lizard Folk. Will you commit to joining with us to fight the Sahuagin?
So that's what this is all about. Certainly, we Splee Elves are no friends of the Sahuagin, but we know the Sea Devils will know enough to know words will not win this war, only battle. I suppose this fight me and my brothers to show Saltmarsh as capable warriors. Then I'll commit to joining your alliance in full.
A bold proposal. Let's do it then. Oh, thank you, S10, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Play your cards facing you. I just seen what you had. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, well, we defeated Titus. Let's see what he's got to say.
With you on our side, the Alliance will surely be able to defeat us all. On behalf of the Sea Elves, I pledge our support to your alliance.
All right. I'll inform the Lizard Folk Queen of your pledge.
You've secured the Sea Elves' support in the alliance.
Alright, so I gotta go. Everybody join except for this dude, because I gotta go find his necklace. Yada, yada. Alright. Maybe I'll never find. I'm on the brute squad. You are the brute squad. That was a underwater brute.
The thief collapses, dropping a carved bone necklace. Return this to the troglodyte ambassador.
Now you get attacked by.
You've returned my necklace to me. Good, good. If you are part of this alliance, not just lizard folk, then maybe things are turning around. The troglodyte tribe will join you in the alliance against the Sahuagin.
We are glad to have you join us.
You've secured the troglodyte's tribe support in the alliance.
Alright. So I've done that part, but I still need to get in. Which I think I don't need a crest. Kill. Every door. Attack when you have this one.
A heavy gateway opens. A furious Sahuagin springs out from the watery prison cell. You spot the spear crest on the table near a group of rebel officers, but the way is blocked by a magical barrier. The rebel officer laughs and casts a spell that creates barriers at the entrance. You'll need to fight to get the crest.
Alright, I found Ertos.
Now that you've saved Sub-Chief Irtos, the Lizard Folk Rebellion has finally been put to rest. The Lizard Folk can focus on reclaiming their home from the Sahuagin. Alarm bells ring out from the Central Ocean Grotto. With the Lizard Folk tribe weakened by the rebellion, they'll need your help to survive an attack. Just as you arrive in the Central Ocean Grotto, the gates protecting the underwater entrance slam open.
Oh.
The Queen and the Sub-Chief arrive just as the last of the Sahuagin falls.
You have earned the gratitude of the lizard folk, outsider. Speak with me once more. There is a matter we must discuss.
You've done a great deal for both my tribe and our alliance today. Our gratitude and rewards are surely not enough, but it is all we could give.
That's all in a day's work for an adventurer.
With the alliance secure and the Sahuagin encroaching more every day, we will have to act quickly. I will begin planning an assault on their fortress as soon as possible.
I'll be there to help when the time comes.
The lizard folk will stand together with your town. Together, we will send the Sahuagin invaders back into the sea.
If there is another matter we must discuss, I know how much you have helped my tribe, yet it is our tribe's law that any who slay a tribe member must pay Guild a fine. You have slain many of my tribe today, rebels though they were. I personally would have considered your services rendered thus far as payment enough. But my sub-chief advised me that you must pay for the Gold to placate those remaining tribe members who sympathized with the rebellion. As queen of our tribe, I must heed his advice and not intervene.
All right. What exactly is this? Where Gold then? Where Guild?
Normally, a Guild is a fine paid in coin, but however, the sub-chief and I feel it would be more beneficial to the Alliance to have you perform a task of heroism as your due instead. Out in the marsh is a cavern where A particular large crocodile has lived for many years. We would like you to kill it, as it is forbidden for a tribe member to do so. Meet our representative outside the crocodile's lair and consult with him about the problem.
Not a problem. Slaying beasts is what I do. Alright. Well, definitely did this quest much quicker than we did it the other night, but we were doing an R10. We were running through every single thing it was in here. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. Snake skin belt. Alright. Woohoo! I got some underwater action. I'll slip that on right now, because I don't have a belt on. Or I did, but... Insightful tech. Really, that does. Absolutely. I think at least with that other goofy... I'm gonna keep it. Alright. That was it for in here. Did that relatively, like I said, it did it relatively a lot quicker. I think I had an hour and 15, 16 minutes left on it. And that's have 21. So,
Hastily erected fortifications surround a low entrance into the hillside. This is the lizard folk's new lair.
That's what she says. Nee. Over here now. Fortress.
The lizard folk have built a crude shrine as a way of marking the new boundary of their territory. You come across a crude statue of a giant frog. It seems to be made of packed dirt. At least, you hope it's dirt. Massive tracks in the mud lead to a dark and stinking den.
All right.
This cave stinks of death, magic, and wine in that order. Judging from what you can see, the Sahuagin have set up some kind of ritual to control the giant crocodile, and they're using it to raid passing ships. Some of these wine casks have teeth marks. Big ones. There are definitely some unpleasant things living in that water. Best to avoid a swim. A Sahuagin mage sits here in meditation, protected by a magical barrier, and oblivious to your presence. Doubtless that'll change if you start touching things.
Like, I just touch one thing. This. I touched one thing. I touched one thing. Let me go over and do. Oh.
Intruders!
About an hour. A little under an hour.
They meddle with the pattern. Hold them, my warriors.
Like 56 minutes.
I will commune with 1,000 teeth.
Alright. You guys cannot be running around there like that. You will all die for sure. Yeah, it's definitely quicker. Here. This way. Alright. Oops. No. Over, that's good. You. Here. Here. Got that. Ouch. Oh my god. What's going on?
Rips out of the water.
You can't have a hireling in here. You'd have to put them on completely passive and have them like in the center.
Thousand Teeth retreats into the water, unaccustomed to food that fights back. Cursed beast! Stay and fight! Wraths the Sahuagin mage, straining to control the crocodile. Another wave of Sahuagin surged from the water.
Just out of there you get. Now that. Let's see. Which way we? Hey, who? Hey, who? Come up, come through. Probably this. And yeah. Oh. Ooh, the super explosive barrel. See, that one's glowing red. I wonder if you bring the alligator up by that. Blow him up. That through. They. Oh, How did you do that? Drink. Get out of the water. Alright. gotta come that way. Oh, that's how it's going. That. That. There we go.
The Sahuagin's barrier
I made that more
vanishes.
difficult than what it
The
needed to be.
mage is now within your reach.
Give me a break.
Thousand Feet is a deep growl and charges again. The beast is fully committed to the battle. The great crocodile thousand teeth shudders, then collapses into the muck. Dead.
Oh, a crocodile tooth. Okay. Oh. Hey, Original Godspeed, how you doing? Apparently they're releasing a documentary on the dark secret of Ross. Oh, yeah, I've seen
Massive tracks in the mud lead to a dark and stinking
there is
den.
a big, huge article that was written about that. I can't remember. I forget if it was the Beast There is sex, deceit, and scandal. It's this right there. The ugly war over Bob Ross. It's a long, long read. It goes into all kinds of stuff. I'm sure that the Bob Ross company didn't care for it too much, but you know, especially when it come down to who owned the rights of Bob Ross's name after he passed away, with Annette Kowalski, Walt. Yeah, just yeah, it was a lot. It's like it's the side that a lot of people never seen. Really, you don't have to. I mean, it's not something that a lot of people really need to know about it, because it doesn't change like the joy that he brought to people's pain. But the it kind of gives you a sour taste for just the business side of any business. There's a lot that we don't see. I mean, even to the point, like, where you would, like, his son Steve Ross, and the Ross name, and Steve signed his paintings with the name Ross. It would be silly if he couldn't. It's also would be silly if you had, the owners of the Bob Ross company who own the rights to it saying, well, you can't sign your name on a painting that says Ross. Be like, what are you talking about? My name's Ross. I just it's just a lot of it's just silly. It's greed. A lot of it's greed. Annette and Walt kept pressuring Bob to sign over his rights to the company that Bob had. This is like during the time that he had his lymphoma and was kind of getting near death. So it was, yeah, it's a very intense read. And it taught, you briefly hear about Bob's brother. I only met Bob's brother one time. It's his half brother, actually. I got my picture taken with. I have that somewhere. Know where it's at? Oh, it's on my one of my hard drives. I don't even know if he looks anything like Bob Ross. Tell you the truth. Whee. Oh my gosh, my throat from doing all those voices. Yeah. Mm. Here it is. All right, let me show you this picture of me and Bob Ross's brother. Let me see. Done. And whoa, that's me, bald, no facial hair. All right, let's gotta get the transform 50. Yeah, that's Bob Ross's brother right there, James. Jim. It's, I mean, but it's his half brother. I have no idea if it was from the same mom or same dad. Not sure. I try to. I mean, I guess there are some resemblances between the two, like in the eye area and nose. I don't know. There's just, yeah, you can definitely tell resemblance. I don't even know if he's still alive anymore. I don't know when that was taken. When was that? Property. 2008 is when that was taken. So that's 13 years ago. God, has it been that long? Huh? It's possible he might still be alive. Put this one back on. Did I like it? Oh yeah. Well, I was playing it in 2008. Oh, DDO I was. Pen and paper I played since I was in high school. I don't play it anymore, but I'm just a second edition player. I don't care for all the newer stuff. Alright, so we're coming back to Leander Fireborn, who was the captain of the guard.
So, the Sahawagan kicked the lizard folk out of their old home and are invading the coastline. That's big news, Simisiu. The Sahawagan are smart and organized. Good thing you joined that alliance. It's going to take the whole coastline working together to push the sea devils back under the waves. Take this for your troubles.
Thanks. Together we'll keep the coast safe. I guess talk to Ida again. Yeah.
So, the real threat isn't the lizard folk, it's the Sahawagan. But why would the sea devils attack the coast? They've always stayed in the deep sea. I've got it! It's that evil doodad you're looking for. I bet the Sahawagan got a hold of it, and now they think they can conquer the shore. I owe you a drink, warlock.
What should I look into next?
This is it, CBCU. The final enemy. We're going to take out the Sahawagan before they can organize a full evasion. Talk to Gellin Primewater. He's putting together the attack plan.
I'll meet with Gellin. We'll deal with those invaders. Okay. Go over here and talk to Gellin. He's also on the town council. Oh, look at this. The threat's clear now, Simisiu. The town's real enemy isn't the lizard folk. Not that I trust them, mind you. Too many teeth, but the Sahuagin. They're planning to invade the coast any day now, and Saltmarsh lies directly in their path. Clearly, war in the streets isn't good for business, so we need to stop this before it starts. That's where you come in, a brave adventurer from wherever it was, and all that. The whole town looks to you to deal with the Sahuagin threat. Surely I'm not the only one. We must have some other allies to fight. Indeed we do. Now that we've papered all over our differences with the lizard folk, they've offered to send warriors to guard the Sahuagin fortress while you're inside on your intrepid mission. And I understand the sea elves will be sending someone to help. Various other races have offered to help by attacking the Sahuagin on their flanks while they're occupied with your activities.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy.
Kits, what is it? Kit Sakara, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. And welcome to the channel, by the way. I am just in the middle of reading some dialogue that looks like it has some textual error in it. So, where I was at... Oh, Goat sent you? I love Goat. Oh, well, that was nice of Goat. Thank you, thank you. I was a good people's. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was nice. I don't know. I guess I am. I was right here reading the flanks. Oh yeah. Your activities. I wonder the NN. I mean, obviously this was not supposed to be part of the text. They're like the end of a paragraph or something. But anyways. /N/N. We'll put it in there anyway. But you're the central player in all of this. You must strike quickly. What's the rush? Got a shirt. The Sahuagin have captured a nearby fortress from the lizard folk and are converting it into their use. We've learned that the Sahuagin will begin their invasion the minute this fortress is fully staffed. So it's crucial that we attack the Sahuagin now, before reinforcements arrive. That way we can eliminate the Sahuagin High Command while they're poorly protected. Reinforcements are expected any day now. There's no time to waste. Give me the mission details. Head to the Sahuagin fortress to the west. Once there, infiltrate the fortress, gather information, and take out the Sahuagin leaders. Your primary targets are Baroness Seklas, High Priestess Thadra. We think the High Priestess has that codex page you keep going on about. They plan to use that as a weapon. Eliminating two should end their invasion plans. Don't be shy about it. It's us or them after all. Just, be sure to stop them before they reach our beloved little town. We want Saltmarsh to be known for far and wide as a center of trade after all, not the site of a massacre. It won't be a Sahuagin invasion. I'll make sure of it. Right. I think I want... web was added to spells. Oh no, it wasn't. Not added. Really back. All right. It has been a little bit since I took my last break. I want to take a few minute break here. I will be right back. Stay tuned for the next part of Saltmarsh. I'm going out to fight the Sahuagin. Like this final battle with him. I will be back. I'm back. I got me my little miniature can of Schweppes ginger ale. Hopefully the bubbles will. See, drink with the little pinky out. And the bubbles will soothe the throat. All right. So we have a mission. Somebody going. Oh, okay. In 10 minutes, I might just have to take like just a 30-second break. Ugh. So going out for the final, I made the alliance. This has been quite a story so far. made this alliance, and now I'm going to out. This is kind of like the final battle out here at the Sahuagin Fortress. Right out on this path. This path was out. Them horsies. Very beautiful. Very, very. I think I definitely could paint a lot of these scenes out here. I mean, I would rather paint this one like instead of that Underdark picture that I wanted to paint. I need. Coming through, guys. Sorry, excuse me. Coming through. Oh, there is. I forgot there is a quote too, but right now. Well, it is part of the chain, not part of the saga. But it is part of the saga, not part of the storyline. I don't know. Might be. Maybe they're like little side stories.
The Sahuagin have captured the seaside fortress from the Lizard Folk. They're using it as their base of operations for their invasion of the coast.
Out Larry, Moe, and Curly.
The fortress shakes down to its foundations.
Ooh.
Was that an earthquake or some form of sorcery?
We're missing the froggy dude. Oh, I guess he wouldn't be here, is it? Oceanus was down there. The one who speaks first was down there. Oh, this is the sea elf. Here we go.
Good to see you again, simply see you. I thought I'd repay my double for you freeing me, and it occurred to me that you might need some underwater help. You're not really built for operating below the waves after all. I'm no warrior, but I sure can speak past a bunch of blundering Sahuagin. What would you like me to do?
I need to assassinate the Sahuagin High Priestess. I don't suppose you can help me with that.
Oh no! I'll leave the swordplay to you. But perhaps I could find a way to distract her or some other Sahuagin if you prefer. Or maybe you'd like me to track down the hidden treasure. I'll bet the Sahuagin have some nice things stashed away.
Oh, congratulations to the guild known as Hin Hao. Hin Hao UI. If they have attained guild level 100. Your girlfriend doesn't have that option. She only has the option to cancel her sub. Alright, so I have three options. Go to the lower level and distract the Sahawagan. Go to lower level and find some hidden treasure. Find the High Priestess and distract her when I attack. Go find some treasure.
All right. I'll search for hidden areas on the lower level.
Right here is Earthos. He's a lizard folk dude. Hey, Smash, how you doing, buddy? So is this gonna, my subbers can't find the added tiers of subs. They can't find the added tiers of subs. Like tier, you talk about like tier 1, 2, and 3? I thought that is just when I thought that was like on their screen when they just when they go to sub. Yeah, I thought like when you click on the, like for example, like just say I'm over on Voodoo's. Wow, that's horrible looking. All right, hold on. Let me. Like on Voodoo's page right now, with they would click on sub down here, and then it should bring this up: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Oh, that's a gift to this. Oh, wait a minute, that's a gift. That's gift. Your subscription, tier 1, gifted subscription. I thought it was on this page though. Let me find somebody else's random. Yeah, Amarath. Who knows what we're going to see when we go here? She might be in her bikini in the pool. So let me see. Subscribe. Tier 1 subscription renews monthly. Oh, yeah. If you just scroll down, I mean, so if I wanted to say I wanted to subscribe to her, I would just do here. This is tier 1. It renews monthly. And higher tiers is here if I want to subscribe at level 2, and here if I want to subscribe at level 3. Wow, that's $25 a month. Woo! I'd like to have her followers, 8,000, but I don't look as good as she does. So I can wear the kitty cat ears though. Oh my god. Jeez. What is this crazy stuff that you find on Twitch? What is up with the ear microphones? Alright. That's ridiculous. Need to get these people off of Twitch. Alright. Yeah, I mean that's the only way I know how they do it. Smash is just the where they go down and do the sub at the bottom, and when the window pops up, they should be able to scroll down through there to pick whatever tier that they want. I mean that should be default for anybody. Yeah. And you can always, obviously, you can bring up the Firefox window yourself on your stream and able to show them, like I just did it on mine. That way you can kind of guide them through it. All right, so Earthtos says he's a lizard folk. Did you feel that? See me, see you? Gosh. Maybe it was his tongue. Clearly, the Sahuagin have cursed this place. Soon it will sink beneath the waves. The lizard folk will abide by our agreement. We will guard this entrance to the fortress. We will make sure no Sahuagin reinforcement arrives from the shore. Yet we will not follow you down into this cursed place. That's all he's got to say.
Armed Sahuagin surround an alarm gong at the upper entrance to the fortress.
Back over here. All right. All right. Oh, Froggo. I want to ring the warning bell. Oh.
From the look of it, this room will become the quarters of an important Sahuagin once the renovations are complete.
Yeah, minus some bases I drew it. Where is she? Yeah, so I am not going to drink another pot. Just because today is not speed running through these quests, it's getting a good feel for them, even though I've already done them, but this is the first time I've did, my narration and review of it, and I'll give a review at the end. Hey, why'd you go ring that bell for? Ow.
Chains on the wall indicate that this room is used to house slaves. At first you think there's no one here. But then
Elmo!
you hear
An
the wheeze
exhausted
of
slave.
labored breathing.
Not
A
Elmo!
lone figure lies curled up in the far corner.
I wonder if I can talk to him. Elmo does talk.
Hey, slaves, did you find my journals?
That's stupid.
Too late. You'll be drowned soon. I'll be dead before that happens. Rather die dry, anyway. But maybe the others, good.
Let me see whether I can patch you up. Attempt to heal. You do your best, but it's no use. The mortal frame is worn out. No amount of magic or healing skill can repair it. Breathing becomes even more labor.
Can't save everybody. Sometimes best you could do is go down fighting. Wish I had.
Then there's a sudden release of breath and silence. The old man is... Oh.
There's nothing you can do. Despite your best efforts, the exhausted slave dies.
Aw.
His last words asking about his comrades and the fate of his journal.
Brings a tear to me eye. Poor Elmo. About to have him more.
You hear the clang of hammers and the scrape of shovels nearby. Captive lizard folk work on one side of this chamber, forced to renovate what was once their own fortress. Sahuagin soldiers guard the slaves. The lizard folk slaves seize their chance and turn on their Sahuagin masters.
Yes! Do it!
That you oppose the Sahuagin and you will find allies in the lizard folk. Leave this. Lizard folk owe you a debt. You have given us. Yeah. Ever could. Goes down. Last Jaws! What's going on? How are you doing today? This is...
Greetings, and welcome. I trust that you are all wondering where you are. I can assure you that while your location is not important, what these walls offer for you is important. Salvation.
Alright, so Billy the Puppet says welcome. You don't need to worry where you're at.
Joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy,
Happy, happy, joy. Alright, so everybody, welcome for Voodoo's channel. So what I'm doing today is if you had watched this the other night when I was running with Voodoo on our level 30s doing Salt Marsh, the R10.
I kill you, brother! I talk! Yes!
Very well, thank you so much for your subscription. I appreciate that very much. As I was saying, when we ran this the other night, on Wednesday when it first came out, I played with Grogarian, which is my healer, my favorite soul healer, and I healed the party. Voodoo did his voices and stuff like that, and I like doing my voices too, so I waited till today to do mine, but I'm doing it with my level 5 character, See Me, See You. I am at the last part. I still have more quests to go, but I'm at the last part of the chain, but you're always welcome to watch the beginning of it from the other day. So we have a sub, we have a 100-bit cheer, and if anybody else subs or cheers, then you get a hype train going. You all know about the hype trains if you're over on Voodoo's channel. 3 people who sub or gift at least 100 bits, we'll get a hype train going. Because your camera looks to be real choppy. My camera?
When I kill you, brother, I talk! Yes!
I'm not sure. Let me look. Thank you again. Thank you for the sub. Humble Friars gifted a tier 1 sub to Viclamin. They've gifted 41 subs in this channel so far. Thank you very much, Humble Friar. Glassjaws has gifted a tier 1 sub to CMC's community. They've gifted a total in 11. Man, my from doing voices all morning long's got my throat like kind of coarse and tickly. Glassjaws has gifted a tier 1 sub to Nizza Brewer 2. Thank you very much. I thank you for the sub. Moving down, now we have Fariel with the 100-bit cheer. Thank you very much. And we are on a level 1 hype train. Claiming 500-bit cheer. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate any kind of support that I get from it. Means a lot. And today I'm doing, yes, Glassjaws, I do need to keep hydrated. My throat is very raw. So let me continue on. You all can keep working on the hype train if you wish. I did change. I'm in a new place. I moved from being up on the 2nd floor down to the 1st floor. Oh, look at you. Yes, you did. You did get the Goku badge. Very nice. I see it. Yeah, but continue to keep watching. And like I said, if anybody else, subs or cheers, feel free to do it. We're on that hype train. And in the meantime, I'm going to go through here, killing some stuff, and I will do some more of the voices as we come up to the NPCs that do the talking. At the end of doing Salt Marsh, I will give my review about everything. I've already said it on Voodoo Stream after we finished it back on Wednesday night. Well, really, technically early Thursday morning, but just say Wednesday. He wanted our opinion, and I gave it to it. But I'll go into a more in-depth opinion after I get done with doing Salt Marsh.
The Sahuagins' larder.
All right, the Sahuagin are taking, Animar and Yargon away to another part of the fortress. I send this page with them where they end up. Perhaps they will be given jobs somewhere that they can help their fellow slaves. It's just a journal. It's just a journal page entry. It's laying around. A shaking box that had a crawfish in it. Isn't that special?
This looks and smells like it's the place where the Sahuagin dispose of their garbage.
Ooh. Okay, it's a restaurant. Ah, a memorandum. See what we got. The supply officer. What's he say? Breathing potions are insufficient for slaves. They need to be able to work underwater for longer periods. Fetch the breathing device and place it in the banquet hall on the 2nd level. Wow. Fetch the breathing device.
You search the area carefully and find a lever tucked away between some crates.
So, Froggo, taking care of the trap. Thank you, Froggo.
You search the area carefully and find a lever tucked away between some crates. You search the area carefully and find a lever tucked away between some crates.
See it right here. Oh. Lockbox that I keep spraying. Very nice. And there goes the hype train. Appreciate the cheers and the subs, the bits, very much. Everybody will get their little emotes now. Rhett, welcome. Welcome to the channel. The news that the Sahuagin had captured Lizardfolk fortress near Salt Marsh graciously disturbed the prince, so he sent me and my company to investigate the threat. No sooner had we reached the coast than we were ambushed by Sahuagin troops. The battle was fierce, and most of the company was killed. It seems the Sahuagin meant to use we survivors as slaves. This journal will serve as a record to our fates. I will hide the pages wherever I can in hopes that other slaves will find them. Perhaps together we can come up with a plan to escape. So, journal there. Out of here. I don't blame them.
You search the area carefully and find a lever tucked away between some crates.
Down to the slave quarters, which I'll...
Construction tools nearby and new tile on the walls show that the Sahuagin are converting this old lizard folk fortress into their own military base.
Ooh, thank you for the scary sticker. I got the little 25-bit sticker slapped up on there. Scary ghost. Hey, it's almost, we're not that far away from that, are we? We'll be here before you know it. Can't believe how fast they come and go. Spears, what's going on, buddy? How are you doing? Nice seeing you. Spears is part of our Brock and Friends on Friday nights, which, you know, I've mentioned this before. Friday nights on the DDO stream, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Brock and Friends. Tune in, be there or be triangular. Okay, the chief engineer, this is a memorandum again. He says, your slaves must redouble, we must redouble our efforts. What was that in? What movie? Shall redouble. Ah, it was Star Wars when Lord Vader come and he's like, and the Emperor isn't pleased, and he's coming himself, and that's the guy, you know, the guy who was talking to. He's like, well, we shall redouble our efforts. That's what that kind of reminds me of. Your slaves must redouble their efforts. Fortress renovations must be complete by the time the high priestess arrives. The weapon she has found will bring many allies with it. We will need ample space to store them in. Baroness Sekler. Sounds really fishy to me. And in Brock and Friends, what we basically do is we role play the DDO game. One of the people in our group will be the dungeon master, the narrator, with their own with their own story instead of like what the game story might be, and use the quests and the gaming world as kind of like our backdrop for it. It's a lot of fun. Definitely humorous. I always find it. And I'm not talking about the humerus that's in your leg. That keep that I give to somebody. Is that him? Hold on, I'll be right back.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy.
I heard somebody do a happy, happy, joy, joy. Who followed? Wolfblade 123. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that very much. And welcome to the channel. Today is the preview of Saltmarsh. This is my second foray. I've already done it once on a high level character with Voodoo. And now I am doing it with my guy, going through, reading the stories and narrating as I go through. I like the color, but the blue is pretty. Nice. Collectibles. It doesn't really look like there was much of anything in a lot of these side rooms. Go ahead down to the slave quarters. Oops, not the slave. Not the slave. Down the level. Ah, do an old stretch. Absolutely. Stretching is good. Ugh. Ugh.
The fortress shakes, and the water covering the floor rises slightly.
Alright, the memorandum says, all personnel, the ritual continues. The priestesses assure me that the second level of the underwater by the end of the day. Make arrangements to move the slaves to that level by that time. Labor's at a premium, and we wish to minimize losses. Baroness Tekla. Keep them joints. Keep them going. Yeah, and to prevent blood clots. That's kind of like one of the reasons why I kept stretch on there to remind myself, because I had a blood clot, a DVT in my leg before. They can kill you. It breaks loose and goes to your lungs. Holy smokes! Woo! Let me send some love back to you. Ugh. Water going on here. Oh, glug glug glug. Thank you, thank you. Get Froggo back up real quick. He was actually in the hospital, what, last month for 2 clots? Really? It was mainly due to my leg break. Oh, yeah. Had 2 clots travel past my heart and into my lungs at the end of last month. It's been in the hospital twice. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. Yes, blood clots are bad. They're bad, very bad. I think I had one other time too, like 8 years ago, but it was I think what they called like a well, it's called a TIA, a transient ischemic attack or something like that. I had, like, my vision went crazy on me one time, went out of whack, and they believe like a little piece of blood clot went up through my head or brain and up through that area. But it, like, whatever it did, it passed through and bye-bye. But nevertheless, I mean, it caused some kind of heart damage too, because my had was a lot of troponin in my blood. But I didn't have a heart attack, at least not classical kind of heart attack. Never know. It's crazy stuff. Somewhere. Here we go. Blood thinners for the next 6 months now, dude. Yeah, when they first found the clot in my calf, they gave me Lebanox right away, the injection into my stomach, and then I was on like Lebanox for the next I don't know how many days it was, and then they put me on Coumadin, and I was on Coumadin for like 6 months, and I was so cold all the time. All it did was make me cold. Because my blood being thin. It took them forever to get the blood just right. Cause sometimes it was too thin or it wasn't thin enough, but eventually come back off of it. Now I just take an 81 milligram aspirin daily. And it's easy to game and lose track of time. I mean, you could sit here and play for 8 hours and not even think about getting up, other than if you had to go to the bathroom or something. But sometimes I find myself not even eating.
Where the Sahuagin
play for like
carefully
8 or
guard
9
their
hours, and man, I haven't even ate yet. That's kind of like I gotta think now. Did I have any? I have not ate yet today. There's a prime example. I'm going to after I complete Salt Marsh. I have some tacos that I made from yesterday that I'm going. Yeah, they had you on the 11 knocks while I was in the house. Oh, okay. Well, when you're talking about the break, and that's so strange how some people will get the clots and some don't. Yeah, I need to redeem it, take your medication. That's what I need to put on my stream. But some people get breaks and not have any issues. Like I've had a couple breaks before in my life and didn't have anything. But my mother's grandmother, my grandmother's mom, she died from a break, and she had broke her leg, I think it was, and while she was in the hospital, she did something. I mean, because she's on the bed resting, but I think what happened is she bumped her leg somehow. I don't know if she fell out of the bed or whatever. And if a clot in there, when their leg got jarred, it broke the clot loose and it went lungs, and that was it. Pulmonary embolism. Couldn't do nothing about it, and passed away. I mean, but that was I wouldn't, and I was way before my. I got mine from just prolonged sitting. This is back when I used to play EverQuest. Now, EverQuest was a huge grind. The leveling, there was no leveling quick in EverQuest. You spent the entire day grinding that game. What do? Why was the one? Here was the blue. Got that one. Or did I not? Did I get this? Yeah, I did get. I got the yellow, or did I not pull? What is? The door I didn't open. It only took me running around the lap 2 times to figure that out. To figure that out.
The ground trembles, and the water rises once again. The Sahuagin must be using magic to sink the entire fortress.
I think they are. That's a good trapper right there. He steps on it while he's disconnecting it. Where are you going? Where'd he go? He left. I don't know where he went. Where is he going? Dude, get back in here. You're not going to reach it from out there. Fuck. Okay. Brago. Brogo. Another memorandum. Priestesses. Continue the ritual night and day. This facility must be underwater as soon as possible. We cannot begin the next step of our operation until the facility is fully submerged and the remaining troops have arrived. That's Baroness Seklas. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
The ominous sound of Sahuagin chanting comes from a nearby room.
Oh, sorry guys. Sorry. Breathing device.
The underwater breathing device pulses with magic power. You and your companions can now explore the deep water on the lower level of the Sahuagin Fortress. An imposing figure commands the throne room. This must be Baron Seklas, the strategist behind the Sahuagin's invasion. You've slain the Baroness, one of your mission's primary targets. Your next target is the High Priestess. She must be on the lower level. The lone figure cowers in the corner of the room. It must be one of the servants.
Perks.
Show mercy, Peter. I'm no warrior, just a servant made to the Baroness, and no threat to you. Please let me go. I must find the Baroness earring before the High Priestess arrives.
Hey, Priestess, where is she?
She hasn't arrived yet, but she'll be here soon, any minute now, down below at the main entrance to the fortress. Mercy, I beg you. I had so much to do to make already. If I don't find that earring, the Baroness will have my head.
Ooh, options. Live or die. Your lucky day. Stay quiet and I will spare you, or sorry I can't afford to leave any witnesses. Kill the maniac.
Thank you. I won't say a word. Nowhere did I see that earring last.
But you better go find it. This codex page I discovered allows us to summon a limitless number of bound creatures from the plane of water. I've devised a way to contain and store the creatures until they are needed, and then deploy them on the battlefield, even above water. With this elemental army at our disposal, the surface creatures will not be able to resist our invasion.
Baron Ketmok is shocked to find intruders in his private quarters. The Baron falls by your hand. That's one less commanding officer in the Sahuagin army.
They needed me to move some supplies to the lower level, so they had me use the underwater breathing device in the banquet hall. It was so strange to work underwater, protected by device's enchantment, yet it's clear the Sahuagin considered Show Me Mercy show to be slow and clumsy. As soon as the rest of Sahuagin arrive, use for us air. Something going. Huh? Go. Memorandums are everywhere. All personnel, in celebration of the High Priestess' arrival, gladiatorial games will be held in her honor today inside the arena. Blade Master Machat.
Though muffled by the water, you can hear Sahuagin shouts and the clang of weapons nearby. You've stumbled into the Sahuagin's arena. The creatures stare at you for a moment, stunned by your intrusion. Then, they quickly decide to make you the next match on the schedule.
Bring it on.
Enraged by your impudence, Blade Master Makat springs from his box and attacks.
Like it.
The Blade Master crumples beneath your onslaught. You've eliminated another key component of the Sahuagin military machine.
Erling definitely needs rested. Shrine. Back to the shrine. I mean it. I don't know if it's getting a boost. I mean, it probably does. I would think, because it's sound traveling through water. Oh, maybe Sonic doesn't get any kind of benefit from it. And that's always possible. It used to be both. Big old party going on in there. I mean, it looks like it's just average damage, orange and not purple. I don't really see it hitting for any, like, super huge amounts of damage or anything.
The High Priestess has just arrived at the fortress's main entrance. You found your primary target at last. Fool! You and the air breathers cannot hope to stand against us! You've slain the High Priestess, crippling the Sahuagin's leadership. You take the Codex page. This evil artifact will be safer in the Gatekeeper's hands. Denied the power of the Codex page, the Sahuagin will be unable to invade Saltmarsh and the surrounding coastal areas.
The Sahuagin have captured this seaside fortress from the Lizard Folk. They're using it as their base of operations for their invasion of the coast.
Any invasion wiped them out. Let's see what Ida says. Oh, and the aristocrat here. Back to Gellin. Prime water. Oop. Camera get way up in the air. Ah, here's the conquering hero. Splendid job, Simisiu. The Sahawagan will thank twice before eyeing our coastline again. With the Sahawagan defeated and peace with the lizard folk, shipping will finally get back to normal. That means more money for our community, hard-working merchants. Only fair that you should share in the bounty. Here, take a trophy of your victory. Thanks. And I found the codex page as well. You know, Ida. What's Ida gotta say?
You took on an entire Sahawagan base and lived to tell about it? Now that's a fish tale. And this one's true.
Any other problems that need looking into?
Nope. That's that, Simisiu. The Sahawagan have turned tail and run back into the ocean depths. No doubt the lizard folk will move back to their old fortress. The salt marsh will return to normal with nothing to worry about except smugglers, crocs, and the damp. How about yourself? Now that you have that doodad, why not stay on for a while? The fish are always biting.
Thanks, but I'm not the kind to stay in one place. Hey, that was weird. Did you see that? The loot table was long and then all of a sudden it shrank. Never seen that before. And I got that on stream. Alright, where's it at on here? 447? I'd like to see that again. It was like it took up the whole thing and then went bloop. Yeah, it's down to 3 items. There. So I did something by mistake. I destroyed all of my rune seals and shards, or the scroll seals and shards. What happened was back when Lamania was testing the new, crafting thing. I had already transferred all my characters over and forgot to take the seal scrolls and shards over. So I made a mule because everything was in my shared crafting bank, and that doesn't transfer over with you. So I made a mule, and I think I had an inventory bag on him. Anyway, and I put all the seals and shards and scrolls on him, transferred that character over to Lamania, and when testing was over, I don't know. I just wasn't thinking. I was like, it was hardcore was over too, and I was like, okay, I don't have room to move my hardcore character over, so I'm going to delete this. Why do I have this extra character down here? It must have been for. I thought maybe I made it to run with like a Brock and Friends group one night or something like that. Didn't even look at it. Deleted the character. It was just a level 1 character. Deleted it, and then last night when I went to go look for all my seals, shards, and scrolls, I couldn't find them anywhere. I had pages and pages and pages of them that when I had them in the crafting bank. So I just have a few on, you know, each of my characters for I've been running them ever since I put all that stuff into the shared crafting account. So I had to put a ticket in. I mean, I'm hoping what they could probably do is just restore that character back, you know, back on my account, and then that way everything would be right there on them. I wouldn't have to wouldn't have to they wouldn't have to go searching for everything, see where it's all at. Yeah, that was a lot of stuff. I think I have a few walk-ups to do. I want to paint that. But I have. Yeah, well, there is a thing like if you go to like their help page or whatever, it's like deleted your character, need to undelete it, and you were tired late one night, no problem, we'll take care of it for you. Okay. All right, so back to the basic. What sleeps below the hijacked hall? Rest for the night and down we go. All right. Man, I've only done 5 quests in 5 hours. Well, I didn't start right away at the beginning. I hurry up and got to level 5 first. I will action. In out. Make up your mind. Now I got. Oh. That now. Have it on. Got a basic.
For a moment, you're taken
Explore
aback
right
by
there.
the sprawling pit and the foul smell. What vile thing have you discovered? Then you realize it's the town dump.
Already done.
large hole leads down beneath the earth. Strange sounds and a stranger smell from the burrow. You find yourself falling into a large and deep cavern. It may be a challenge to find your way back to the surface.
Alright. I like this quest. I mean, I like all of them, but
The passageway splits here, with forks leading north and south. The rune flickers to life as you touch it. see a doorway up on a ledge above. Perhaps it leads to the way out of the caves. Yet to get there, you'll need to make your way up and over this forest of towering columns. As the wheel aligns to the correct symbol, one of the geysers spouting from the pillars slows.
Oh, I had that. Well, that's cool that it dings. Do that if you didn't go find the ring? Well, I guess you would. So this reminds me of a movie called Remo Williams, where he had to jump on like things like this, get up to the top. Jumping. Better hope the server doesn't lag. Take you a while. Whoop. 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 There's another lever over there by the waterfall that you can pull for your party members who just can't make this jump. If you can and they can't, right back out here. Right here, if you pull this lever, it puts
The flow of
stops
liquid
the water.
to the waterfall slows and then stops, revealing a large ladder.
Yep, the ladder will go all the way down to the bottom.
The door opens to reveal a large bullywug camp, open to the sky. An impressively large bullywug commands his smaller kin to attack. Chieftain drops a carved ringstone as he dies. A door opens up above, allowing access to the highest chamber. Perhaps now you can return to the surface. A ladder leads up to the surface and out of the bullywug's lair. You've escaped at last.
Ooh, I'd be careful having that chest right beside a portal that you touch out. Cause like, just say if you came and ran up here and you went to go loot the chest, but you were right here. Guess what? You just miss your loot.
A large hole leads down beneath the earth. Strange sounds and a stranger smell from the burrow. try as you might, you can't make any progress swimming against the
Watch your back.
tide. You wash up on the shore, exhausted.
Where did did that. Still got the wrecked ship. Still have the one up by the camp. Rocket.
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
A lone smuggler stands here, dazed and trembling.
Look out! Here
Several
they come!
Sahuagin lie dead at his feet. The exhausted smuggler beckons you over to talk.
Now you're a sight for sore eyes. I thought I was dead for sure. My friends and I were out in the marsh conducting some business, and the Sahuagin came swarming out of the darkness. I tried to draw the sea devils away from my friends, but they were about to overwhelm me when you came along. What kind of business were you conducting out in the marsh in the middle of the night? I might ask you the same question, but listen, something big is going on. Those Sahuagin are putting up shrines all around the swamp, evil shrines. It gives you the shivers just to be near them. Someone's got to destroy those things. I'd volunteer, but I can hardly stand up. I can look into it, since I'm up. I left my friends next to one of the shrines. They're just to the southwest across the small bridge. Rest up. I'll find your friends and destroy those Sahuagin shrines.
The smuggler explains that the Sahuagin have built several other shrines nearby. The closest one is just to the southwest, across a small bridge. Two injured fisherfolk cower at the foot of the Sahuagin shrine, which pulses with evil energy. Better put a stop to that. The
You know,
first shrine
CBCU
collapses beneath your
shrine.
blows. Then, you hear the sound of creatures running in from the vault. The fisher folk thank you for saving them. They point to an eerie glow in the distance to the west, near an abandoned cart. It's another Sahuagin shrine. The Sahuagin shrine also emanates an eerie energy. Whatever it's doing, it can't be good. The second shrine falls to pieces. Sahuagin forces rush to the attack.
Find me the entire shrine.
With the Sahuagin defeated, you scan the horizon. Sure enough, a third shrine can be seen to the northwest. Clearly, the Sahuagin are building a network of these evil shrines as part of their plan to conquer the Salt Marsh. Sahuagin attack, seeking vengeance for your destruction of the shrine. I just hanged up the Marsh. You hear the call of the horde. Sahuagin reinforcements, perhaps? At the same time, you spot another shrine to the north.
scroll of astral. Heard of that spell?
Now, to destroy one more Sahuagin shrine. You don't see any more nearby. Sahuagin spring forth to make a desperate stand.
Oh, it's good. I'm doing Salt Marsh right now. Been just doing like the whole storyline for it. How are you doing today, Takua? Keeping dry. Is it raining?
You hear
Raining
angry
here.
shouts to the north. A powerful Sahuagin, clearly the leader of his incursion, stands surrounded by crates, the pitiful remainder of his troops. You stop the Sahuagin's mission tonight, though surely the Sea Devils will continue their efforts to conquer Saltmarsh and more. Speaking of which, it's time for you to finally get a good night's sleep.
I swear it feels like the drop rates are lower on the Salt Marsh here. I've already did the final.
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
Campfire. Oh, the shipwreck. This is Erna Proud.
So much for the grinning Kraken. At least I and the rest of the crew made it off the ship before she went down. All that cargo, though, it's important and valuable. I hate to think of all those scaly lunatics making off with it. Still, I'm not about to take on all those lizard folk myself.
How did the ship go down?
It was supposed to be a quick cargo delivery from Seaton to Salt Marsh. We spotted a large group of Sahuagin out to the sea, so we hugged the coast to avoid them. Big mistake. Big mistake. As soon as we got close to the coast, the ship was suddenly swarming with lizard folk. Well, we got off the ship as quick as we could, and we're sailors, not fighters. Good thing we did, because the lizard folk immediately rounded the ship. Strange thing, though, I haven't seen any of them since.
Did you report this to the authorities?
Not from around here, are you? Well, let's just say we didn't want the authorities to know about our cargo. It was smuggled wine, get it? Wink, wink. We hadn't paid the royal import tax. So we're not going to tell the town guard about this. Not that we could take on that many folk anyway.
Tell me what I need to know to find your cargo.
The cargo is smuggled wine, packed into large crates. It should be down in the hold of the Marsh shipwreck over there, unless some deranged lizard folk made off with it after they sunk the ship. Find the cargo, deal with any lizard folk you find, and I'll reward you.
I'll head inside the shipwreck and salvage your cargo.
The crates the sailor mentioned aren't anywhere on this deck. They must be somewhere below. There's a gaping hole in the ship's hull. Beyond it, you can see a cave leading down into the depths of the water. The underwater cave opens up into a large cavern. You appear to have found the lizard folk who hijacked the sailor's cargo. There are doorways to the north and to the south. The north door is sealed, leaving the south as your only option.
Looks like a memorandum. This is the Thrakes Lizard. You're tasked to monitor the coast and track the smuggling craft I indicated. There are certain cargo shipments we should attempt to obtain. They are essentially in our cause. High shame. Cathism. That won't open up.
gears whir into action, and the ground shakes as a massive door grinds open nearby. Then there's a sudden clatter of stone. It seems that the shaking caused the nearby cave wall to collapse. The newly revealed passageway leads into another section of the caverns. The rasping sound of lizard folk voices can be heard further in the distance. A trio of lizard folk guard a nearby door. You find the key to open the nearby door on the corpse of one of your defeated opponents. Peering into the water below, you can spot lizard folk swimming nimbly. The ponderous creatures are surprisingly graceful in the water. Looking closely, you can see that the cave continues beyond the cascading spray of the waterfall. Peering into the pool, you can see an underwater tunnel leading to the north. Two sealed doors lead off of this chamber, one to the west and one to the south. Lizard folk suddenly leap down from the darkness above. You can see a pile of crates matching the sailor's description on the other side of the room. As you approach the crates, you hear a guttural voice.
These weapons are needed for the High Shaman's plan.
Then the lizard folk drop from above. The lizard folk traitor is dead. Now, to recover the cargo you were sent here to find. You found the crates you were looking for, but they contained weapons, not wine. It seems that sailor wasn't telling the truth.
Yep, she lied to me.
This ship seems to have sunk very recently. The main cabin appears to be completely intact.
A few words. Yeah, well, maybe I didn't tell you the complete truth. Recently, the Queen of the Lizard Folk have been buying up all weapons she can get her claws on. Our ship was delivering a smuggled cargo to her when that other group of lizard folk attacked our ship. From what you tell me, sounds like there's some kind of infighting among their tribe, and the rebels were trying to grab the Queen's weapon shipment. I didn't want to get mixed up in all that, so it was easier to tell you the cargo was just wine. Anyway, you did good. Here, have this. I don't take kindly to being used as a pawn. That's exactly what happened. I was used. Alright. Alright, so that. 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 At the campfire. I think the last one is just the one. Do the ruined tower and Crabber's Grove. Those are the last two. I hope so. Yeah, well they are. I can finally eat today. Big old hill. Actually reminds me of Mount Trashmore. A little Stonehenge up here.
This ring of ancient standing stones commands a fine view of the sea. Yet, for some reason, it gives you an uncomfortable feeling.
Okay.
A long abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside. The upper floors have long since collapsed, but stairs lead down into the dark.
Hey, this is Xenopus.
Did you hear those noises last night too? Kept me up till dawn, they did. It was like some thing screaming over and over. Missus said it were the ghost supposed to live up at the haunted house, but I said, no ma'am. This time the racket is coming from that old ruin up on the hill.
When did these noises start?
A couple weeks back. Which makes all the stranger. People said it's the ghost of the old wizard, what used to live here. Well, maybe so, but But then where's he been all this time? Has he been off on holiday?
Just when did this wizard die?
Oh, that wizard perished decades ago. Just look at these dusty old ruins. Nobody lived in this tower since long before I was born. No. Whatever's making them noises aren't a ghost. Plenty other things it could be, though.
What do you think is making the sounds?
Set aside them that say it's ghost. Don't make no sense unless there's some kind of touring spirits just come to town. Lots of people think it's smugglers. Certainly plenty of those about. But what are smugglers doing screaming in the middle of the night is what I want to know. Maisie here says it sounded like a horse. But who dragged a horse down into the ruined tower basement? That's where the sounds are coming from. No, it's a mystery, and that's is do it. We may never know.
Yeah, time to get back to the basics. I'm going to go into the basement and look.
You've made it past the ruins of the upper tower and down into the structure's sprawling basement. Now, to find the source of the strange sounds. The collapse here seems to have destroyed the mechanism built into the floor. Whatever it was, the room beyond the barrier looks strangely clean and well furnished for a tower that's supposed to be abandoned. Seems like somebody new has moved in. The sound of rushing water can be heard coming from the chamber ahead.
This is the quest in it. Trying to solo it. Show me 6 times of what I can partake. Yeah, it's I remember the quest. It was pretty involved.
A pulse of magical energy passes through the tunnels as the first lever is pulled.
And there's a lot of stuff in it. I mean, it's packed full of baddies, that's for sure. Got a little bit of everything in it. Traps,
An unnatural chill
mini
fills the
name
area.
bosses, and this flame skull over here. I already remember this room. Yeah, the nightmare. So these rats, like the rats and crayfish in this, in particular rats, the rats are absolutely incredibly out of this world powerful with the damage that they dish out. Rats.
Skittering sounds echo up the tunnels as several rats attack. A flame skull erupts out of the crypt.
Who dares to disturb my rest?
The flame skull crumbles into dust.
Is this? You're telling me I'm streaming? Hey, even when I stream, I guess my phone just lets me know, like, every hours that it's like, hey, you're streaming. You should watch your...
A fetid stench wafts from this room. A second flash of energy surges through the tunnels as another lever is pulled. As the third lever is pulled, the barrier sealing the large chamber winks out.
All right.
The mage stands defiantly at the top of the stairway. You're too late. Nothing can stop me now. My new creation will set the land ablaze. As the mage falls to the ground, the magic barrier sealing the room below fades.
A
Stench
nightmare.
of brimstone hits you as the nightmare lets out a terrifying bray. The nightmare falls, and its flames flicker out. Now, to tell the villagers about what you found.
There's an optional. It's in the one room.
A long abandoned tower stands crumbling on the hillside. The upper floors have long since collapsed, but stairs lead down into the dark.
Oh, a new wizard, different than the old one. And it were this nightmare of his what make the noises? Can't say I understand fascination wizards have with towers, ruined or not. But I'm grateful for what you have done. Have this. Don't you mind. It's a small price to pay for a quiet night's sleep.
My pleasure.
No one has used the warehouses of Crapper's Cove for years, officially anyway. Rumor has it that some
Rumor
of
has
the local
it.
smugglers used the shacks as a rendezvous point under cover of night.
Ah, older lady. This is Bostwick. Bostwick. Let's speak to Bostwick.
Did you see it too? It appears to me every night, asking to be released. It led me here to Crabber's Cove, but then I saw those brutes and their captives, and oh dear. I can tell from the look on your face that you have no idea what I'm talking about. I take it that you haven't been seeing a mysterious apparition in your dreams?
Nope, no apparitions here, but please tell me about your visions.
For the last month, a figure has appeared to me in every night. I can never make out its features, but I always hear its voice quite clearly. Release me, it says. Make them stop. Come find me. And so on, and so on. But then tonight, the apparition told me to come here. I always thought these old fishing warehouses were deserted, but when I got here, I found...
Found the apparition?
No, not at all. When I got here, I saw some shady types, sailors, I think, arriving. They had a pair of captives with them. Now, a mysterious apparition is one thing, but I'm not foolish enough to hang around with a bunch of burly brutes armed with weapons. Present company accepted, of course.
Tell me about these captives. Where are they now?
A very disreputable looking group of sailors took 2 captives into the Crabber's Cove warehouse over there. The captives looked very confused indeed. I didn't recognize the prisoners, so they must not be from Saltmarsh. What do these poor captives have to do with this apparition I keep seeing? It's all very confusing.
I'll see if I can find your apparition and free those captives. He thought these places were deserted. What? This a brood.
This building looked abandoned from the outside, but once inside, you can see signs of recent habitation. In fact, you can hear muffled voices from the next room.
Got a memorandum here. It says, must I remind you of the terms of our deal? The Brotherhood will use our connections to ensure that your trade in illicit good continues unendured, I guess. In exchange, you guard the complex and carry out the Brotherhood's orders on the grounds. That includes looking after our captives, or lubber layabouts, as you call them. Let us have no more squabbling over the matter. You do not wish to make enemy of the Scarlet Brotherhood. Venus.
A muffled shout can be heard from one of the rooms above you.
Another memorandum. The security doors must be kept closed at all times. The Brotherhood cannot have intruders interfering in our affairs, not while we conduct our researches. The system of levers and locks is quite straightforward, and I might add, the extra security would not have been necessary in the first place if we hadn't kept finding empty ale bottles and half-eaten sandwiches in the summoning chamber. Minas.
A figure in the corner calls for help as you burst into the room.
Alright, looks like Avi Morin's here in the corner as a traveling apprentice. Take a look at.
Ah, at last. I thought these lunatics would keep me here forever. They kept asking me to read texts written in some weird language. I can't make head or tail of it. I mean, I barely know shorthand, though Master Stargazer tells me that with work... wait. Master Stargazer? What's happened to her?
Let's start at the beginning. How did you end up here?
Master Stargazer and I were traveling through town. We were staying at the tavern, waiting for our ship to arrive. This morning we went out to look at the old ruined tower outside of town, but that group of brigands grabbed us and brought us here. They dragged Master Stargazer down into a cavern below this building. Then they brought me up here and tried to get me to read that strange script. Thanks for rescuing me. See if you can find Master Stargazer. She must be around here somewhere.
Who questioned you?
We were captured by quite some common thugs, sailors, I think. The people who interrogated me were robed and were a bit brighter, but honestly, they all seemed to be in over their heads. There's probably only a handful of people alive today who could read that text. Whatever they're tinkering with is very old and probably very dangerous.
I'll deal with the rest of them. It should be safe to...
The prisoner tells you that his captors interrogated him about a strange script he couldn't read. He says that the other captive was taken down through the basement and into a cavern. A door creaks open down on the main floor. Dank air wafts up from the lower level of the building. musty smell permeates this part of the building. Stairs lead down to the basement.
Bet you all want to go in here. And the hirelings just, they know where they want to go. They keep running to the doors, monsters behind it.
The door opens, and a gust of cool, damp air billows out. Scratching and squeaking can be heard from deeper inside the cavern. Two corridors lie to the east and west. The door to the eastern hallway is open, while the locked door to the west has 3 dim crystals above it.
Yep, 3 crystals. We have a page from Mina's journal. The smugglers report that some kind of apparitions haunts their dreams, begging them to free it. This claim could be so horrified by that we're considering fleeing the area. I see that what they were after. I promised them a hefty cash bonus after we decipher the book. That should them around longer. We must complete one of our summoning projects. We need more reliables.
A halfling woman stands nearby, reading a book.
Loose Stargazer. This is the woman that they're.
Oh, thank you, stranger, for rescuing me from those idiots. For some reason, they captured me and my apprentice as we were passing through Salt Marsh. Then they dragged me into this room and started questioning me regarding my knowledge of an ancient script. I was unable to read the text. It was some sort of ancient language, one that's probably been dead for thousands of years. But judging from what my captors talked about when they thought I wasn't listening, they're up to something sinister.
Did they mention an apparition appearing in their dreams?
Apparition? No. From what they said, I gathered they were trying to summon something. Something evil.
Who questioned you?
We were captured by quite common things, sailors, I think. The people who interrogated me were robbed and were a bit brighter. Robed, not robbed. But honestly, they all seemed in over their heads. There's probably one handful of people alive today who could read that text. Where they're tinkering with is very old and probably very dangerous.
I'll deal with the rest of it. It should be safe to leave.
The halfling tells you that members of the Brotherhood interrogated her in a nearby building. She fears that they're trying to summon a great evil. A series of gears click in the distance, and a loud thunk reverberates through the cavern.
All text. Page from Enos' journal. One of the brothers found a most unusual tome buried beneath the floorboards. It seems there's more to this old building than we suspected when we chose it to be our meeting place. The part of the book we can read describes some kind of powerful creature bound by even more powerful. What a find this is! If we could control this creature, it would finally put the Salt Marsh branch of the Scarlet Brotherhood on the map. Though there's a complication, while many fine and worthy members of our community belong to the Scarlet Brotherhood, none understand the language most of the book is written in. Still, there are scholars who pass through our town en route to other destinations, but we use our methods to persuade them to cooperate. So she was kidnapped just to try to read that script. On them.
The faint sound of chanting can be heard from deeper inside the building.
Chanting. Ray, you're chanting. I'm not going. Ray, you're chanting.
You can hear chanting in the distance as you enter the building.
Satan in her mouth.
the chanting halts. An angry form materializes inside the summoning circle. A voice from the room next door shouts, "What's going on? Don't tell me you bungled the ritual. Can't anyone in this backwater do anything right?"
Another ministry. Book keeps its secrets. Neither of the captives have been able to decipher it. I've told the others to carry on with their summoning the fiend instead, yet I can't help but think that this building hides some greater secret.
Melith falls, but the violence of your struggle causes part of the chamber floor to collapse. A coffin lies in the corner of this dusty crypt, covered in arcane wards.
I guess he. Serious voice.
At last, long I've been here, trapped within my prison. Yet my countless years of confinement was paradise compared to what I had to endure when the Scarlet Brotherhood arrived. They had their meeting directly above me, droning on about their petty schemes. Is there anything more tedious than the plans of small men? Their constant babbling almost drove me mad, so I reached out, speaking to people in their dreams, searching for someone who would come release me from this torture, and now you are, ready to fulfill your destiny. Free me, I command.
I'd rather not. I think I'll just help myself to whatever's in that chest over there, and I'll be on my way.
Fair enough. I should have known that anyone with the will and determination to deal with those Brotherhood cretins would not easily sway to my will. Very well, then. Leave me in blissful silence. I need a rest after listening to those insects.
I wasn't born yesterday, you know.
The creature in the casket asks you to free him, but you decide that there must have been a good reason for the thing to be bound inside its coffin. Best to let sleeping apparitions lie.
Oh, better than like let sleeping dust lie, or no, let sleeping dogs lie. Nice.
Ooh, wow. Ugh.
No one has used the warehouses of Crapper's Cove for years, officially anyway. Rumor has it that some of the local smugglers use the shacks as a rendezvous point under cover of night.
Alright, back to Bostwick. Let's see what he says. Smugglers, you the Scarlet Brotherhood. You summon fiends? Goodness, that's quite a lot to process. But you freed the prisoners, you say? That calls for a reward. Here, take this. One of the smugglers dropped it. Oh dear, I do hope that apparition isn't angry. I really need to get some sleep. I don't think that apparition will bother you anymore. It seemed happy to get some peace and quiet. Now, over here, that is a complete finish of everything. Alright, so that concludes all of Saltmarsh today. Now, what about it? Well, there's a lot to say about this mini expansion. I mean, first of all, wow. I mean the architecture, the artwork, and that more than anything else, that's what grabs me about this. Um, they did a great job with adding a lot of detail and a lot of variety and variation into everything out here. Colors are beautiful. It's an autumn type setting. Well, marsh. Uh, share your thoughts. Thanks. It's a. I mean, obviously it's a marsh, but it has like you can feel this place when you're here, like you're in a town. There's trainers out here. There's vendors out here. It's a pretty big.
Fisherfolk and sailors come to this thriving temple to offer their prayers to the god of the sea.
It's a pretty big wilderness zone. I think it'll be probably pretty nice. Maybe I don't know what the max kills is for epic, but it could be a good place to come out and possibly get some epic experience doing wilderness. But other than that, the quests were phenomenal. They were unique in many ways. They weren't overly complicated. There was, one is long. The Dangers of Dunbar, I think what it was. That that is an exceptionally long quest. I would have liked to seen that quest broken in half, but it's good for people who might like a long dungeon crawl and go through the place really well. I did it faster than I did last time. Like I said, the artwork is phenomenal. It has a good quest chain. I felt involved the entire time doing the quest. Um, there was no there was nothing in any of these quests that made me think of another quest, except for oh oh no. I mean, really, there wasn't really anything that made me think of another quest. I mean, I don't really don't think like any of these quests didn't remind me of another quest. The dungeons inside when you got into the quest, they weren't like copies of like other dungeons from other places in the game. Nothing like that. The only thing that was the same is some of the artwork is the same, but that's like in all the quests. The artwork the same. The Minotaur, the stormy ocean. That's like in every quest. But um difficulty. Um, there. I ran it on Reaper 1, except for the one quest I did on Reaper 2. Uh, the shamans that were in the Dangers of Dunbar. Is that Dunbar? Dunbar. Dunwater. Dunbar. That was that very long quest. The shamans in that thing were deadly, very deadly. Like I went from full to almost dead, and then they finished me off. So they're pretty wicked compared to everything else that was in. Save wise, I really don't know because I wasn't casting anything that required saves other than my web. Then half this stuff got stuck, some didn't. Really hard to say. I really won't know until get up into epic level or finally 30 and how everything goes. Right, Geezer. That definitely is a plus about the mobs not aggroing to your melee range. You can almost practically run up on a monster and you can't even target it. It doesn't even like even though you see it there, it doesn't appear. I mean, it doesn't become a targetable thing when you get closer to it, and then it can aggro. I like that. That helps out a lot too. So you like you're saying it run through a place, Feywild. My God, you could body surf from quest to quest over months. Never even touched the ground. So many of them. Yeah, I haven't really got to experience the epic dungeon, other than when I was healing. So I wouldn't even know like hit point wise or survival. The only thing I was doing was healing Voodoo group at that time. But I really haven't got a good feel of it on epic level yet. But I will eventually. I really don't know. I don't know if I would do that on my warlock or not. I know it would be hard to say. I worry about how long it would take to kill like the boss. It'd take forever. Yeah, I'm just in awe by the detail and everything that's in here. All these little things. You know, got some people laying around here talking, sitting there working. Got boats. I mean, you could definitely feel like you know this quest has a lot of stuff in it, a lot of deep, amazing. You know, people, it's got that marshy look to it. I would like to see, you know, when they do like their next any expansion or whatever, it be pretty, pretty detailed like this. Like to see maybe Isle of Dread, like you know, pretty detailed and everything. That'd be pretty cool. Come on, Isle of Dread. His butt handed to him. Multi shots on the night. Yeah, I like I kind of like the story. They think that house is haunted up on the hill, which I mean it did have ghosts in it, but it wasn't really haunted. It was like a group of smugglers that were here. I mean, you know, it's funny. I mean, it's just like what village folk people would think. You know, if they seen strange noises and lights coming from an old abandoned building, they're gonna think stuff like that. So. The Bullywog absolutely does great at finding traps and um, farming them and opening locks, being level 3, and going in there on level 3 quests. Reaper still had no issues, none at all with farming. I don't know how far I would push him level wise, see how far up he can make it. like maybe like a level 4, 5, 6 quest. You know, when it put it on Reaper, it probably would fail. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't got a chance to tell, but regardless, he's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool dude to have around. That's for sure. Very funny effect with him when he got killed, and His body was on the floor, sliding around. It was. I mean, that's on the stream back there when I had him when we were on water, the water quest. Kind of weird slink across the floor. Oh, what else? Else. I like that the maps had they were little sections like the squares, just like you would on a map in the module. That was pretty. The loot was scarce. I had to do a lot of re-rolling just to get the few pieces that I got. So I don't know how the drop rates are with this one. When I ran with Voodoo, I didn't get. I think I got like 1 or 2 pieces of blue loot. That was it. I mean, I got filigrees, but blue loot, nothing. I didn't re-roll when that loot. And like I said, I had to re-roll just to get my few pieces that I got here: crocodile tooth, this sold iron plate, and the ship mage's attire, clothing. I mean, I did get a sapphire of good luck. One. I did get that, and I did get the cannon, but like I said, I had to re-roll for all that stuff. I think there was only one chest when I looted it, and there was a blue in it on my first roll. Everything else I had to re-roll, re-roll. There was like 3 of them were rolled 3 times, and oh, nothing. Had a lot of fun in the definitely good replay value. I haven't really had a chance to look at the new system, controls, but I gotta wait anyway. Till I have the place back to me. Destroyed everything. Wrote them yesterday. It says average wait time 1 day. Maybe some things they can do quicker and I was interested. I tell you, I would love the. I will. I will. I will. I will. I said I will. I will do it. I'm going to. I like that. That's really pretty. Minus the NPC. I like that view of having that sky in the background. That's one of the splash screens that Cordovan sent. And other one I took. But, this one probably be pretty cool to paint. So. Alright, well, I have not ate anything. I made tacos yesterday. Making, probably gonna take a extended break, pretty long, like 30-minute break, I would say. So I'm going to, I'll put the timer on for that. That'll give me time to eat